What's going on, chat? What's going on, chat? We back in the fucking building. AC through 315. We already know we live and we tapped in and shit. Ready to get back to this YSL trial. Young Thug YSL trial. We got some people that's about to jump on us today. Let's get it shaking. You know, they always late starts some audio. We running late today, but who cares? School start, so you know, gotta get my chilling right. Everybody, check out the merch, the merch, the merch. I got the merch pinned up top. Check out the merch. Everything you need's in the chat. Actually, you don't know what? I don't usually stop stuff, but I want to show y'all my merch, man. Check out my merch. Check out the merch. Lord of merchy. Lord of merchy. Lord of merchy. A lot of merch. We got light stuff on here. Hoodies, shirts, parodies, you know, men's joggers. We gotta get some more stuff in here though. Notebooks, you know, it's back to school time. Water bottles, little stickers to put on all your stuff, you know what I'm saying? Tap in, AC 315. You already know how it is. You see where it's at. Merchy game. Merchy game. Alright, back to the trap. A lot of merchy. It's good, Scuba Steve.
Be right back, chat.
Screw right on. Check. One of those. You try to ask a nigga, did he have beef with Rich Homie Quan? For YSL. Who you think gonna be the biggest snitch out of YSL? Keep it real. But he, y'all tell me something, G's. Supposed to remain silent. This nigga trying to sit up here cool though. Why she blocking the camera? Nah, brother, she in the camera. Ski. I'm watching this shit right now. She just blocked that shit. They just turned it to the defendants. I'm watching it late. He really ran that shit back. Yeah. Move the camera. Appreciate the cameraman. Shout out to the cameraman. I ain't gonna hold you. Giving it up a little easier than Woody though. You hear me? That nigga ain't nice. I know all these niggas. He ain't trying to go back to jail, guy. You know what I'm saying? My boy said perjury is a real charge. He ain't gonna catch it. A lot. Um, mm, bottle. That's there's a lot going on with this shit today. He's all up. In the truck? Oh no, them shits fell out, buddy. Yeah, they must have fell out. If they was in here, they fell out. Respectfully. Oh, the box? Oh, watch your back. Watch your back. Yours, that Granger box, nigga. That shit about to fall. That whole thing was just leaning, buddy. Oh nah. I'll let you know if it was a nigga, buddy. You hear me? They trying to get that mistrial. They trying to get that mistrial. What we got going on, chat? How's everybody doing? I appreciate everybody that's tapped in. YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, all y'all. That is fucking crazy. Somehow the Rumbles. Apologize to everybody that was tapped in on the Rumble. Rumbles back up. Rumbles back up. Damn, boy. Mm, mm, mm. Go ahead and say that's where the gang at. Apologize to everybody on Rumble. I don't know how I cut off, but we still locked in though.
She trying to figure out how you two red ass niggas know each other. Ever since they had that argument, I ain't seen her back up there talking. But I did miss yesterday, so check out the merch. If you just tapping in on the Rumble, if you want to watch the whole trial, jump on my YouTube because somehow my Rumble cut out and I just re-upped it. So I know I'm great. Fuck that mean. Thug in his mind like nigga, I don't know you. Fuck. Are you back, chat? Hello, all my friends. My bad, chat. I had to run to physical therapy, but we back though. Appreciate everybody for still being tapped in with the game though. Is they not playing audio?
Changes you requested.
That's crazy.
No, I don't recall exactly, but I know most of them.
Did you have an opportunity to ask your attorney what words within the documents that you were looking at meant?
No,
In other words, if you didn't understand something, were you able to get clarification about it from your attorney?
She's not asking the substance, so overruled.
Did you refer the question? Ask
Why
the
is my
question.
connection fucking up?
Yes. Did you have an opportunity to ask your attorney about parts of the documents presented by the state that you didn't understand, if any such parts existed?
Yes,
Did your attorney explain those parts to you?
yes, to his best ability, yes.
Did you have an
Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Cause you're looking a little. Internet is running a little freaky right now. So, damn, everything is being dropped. Frame. Oh, I don't know, chat. My internet is fucking up royally right now. Really fucking up. Dang, we back. We back, chat. Make sure all my videos still up. Make sure we still locked in. I think we back, chat.
Opportunity to request changes to those documents from the state.
Well, I know he presented it to you, but I still say, from my knowledge, the ones that I wrote changed, you didn't change.
Do Do you recall ever receiving a document
Chat, when did they go to
with
mono
the
audio?
assertion
It wasn't on mono earlier.
that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
I received a document, but I wouldn't know that because I wasn't there.
You weren't where?
Like the only way you're talking about. So I wouldn't know
And
that.
did you convey through your attorney to the state, I can't initial that because I wasn't there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was showing you a document with those words on it and a subsequent document with them changed refresh your memory?
Even if you show me the document with my initial on it, I still wouldn't know because I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. You can't make me know.
That's
if
not
I
the
wasn't
question she's asking. Listen to the question again.
there. If she refresh, she can show me.
Did you, my question is not whether or not you were there. My question is, did you receive a document that initially had that language on it?
Yes.
Did you make it known to the state through your attorney that you were not at the McDonald's?
Yes.
Did you make it known through your attorney to the state that that language needs to be changed or taken off that document before I sign it?
I don't remember if I did or I didn't.
I'm going to show you states 444Y. And I'm going to ask you, it's page 4 of 7 for the court's purposes and defendants, to read to yourself number 7 on page 4 of 7. change that was made at your request. Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, AKA Young Thug, after leaving the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta.
I don't remember signing up.
Understood. That's not the question. Do you recall seeing a document with that language in it?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show, to refresh the recollection of the witness, what I will mark as
This shit is fucking crazy, bro. The fuck I ain't got no Wi-Fi. How? Hello? Hello?
State's Exhibit 444 Bravo, and I will give a copy to counsel for the defendant, either one of them.
All right.
444 Yankee Bravo.
Okay.
I'll just wait up here. Showing you states 444 Yankee Bravo. Would you read number 6, not out loud, to yourself on page 3 of 6?
I see it, but
Okay. And do you see, or does that refresh your memory as to whether you saw a document with that language in it?
I don't remember seeing the document with that.
Okay. Let me now show you State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. And ask you to take a look at number seven.
You just showed me something.
Okay. Is number 7 the first version, number 7 on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee? Is that
Yeah. Hang on. Yes. Yes.
Shit's going crazy on my PC today. I don't know what's going on. Functioning like weird.
Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate everybody that's still tapped in.
You be wherever you want to be. Unless, can y'all hear her okay? Okay.
Mr. Sledge, having looked at State's Exhibit 444 Yankee, the document that we referred to prior to lunch, is your memory clear on whether or not it says that you were at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in section 7 of part 4 of this document?
You said it say I was at the McDonald's.
No. My question is showing you State's 444 Yankee.
Right.
Is that the document that you signed?
I don't remember when I signed.
Hold on.
I see my initial, but
Okay.
I don't.
Do you also see your signature?
I said I see my signature.
Okay. With the date?
Yes.
All right. Of December 28th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on this document that you are looking at, can you read to yourself number 7?
Yes. I read it already.
Okay. Having read that document, are you able to tell the jury if the document that you put your signature on December 28th, 2022, said that you met at the McDonald's or something different?
It says something different.
Okay. And was that something different language that you asked the state to correct? In other words, does the document...
I don't, by me signing it, say no, but I don't recall if I asked you to change it. I was asking you so much to change that never got changed, so I don't recall which ones I asked you to change.
All right. Since you said you were asking me so much to change that never got changed.
Overruled.
Are you able to tell the jury what all you asked to be changed that did not get changed?
I just told you I don't remember. The Lord, that'd been almost 2 years ago. I don't remember.
Okay.
Not that part. Not by signing.
Would looking at 444Y refresh your memory at all?
Yeah, you showing it to me, and I told you my signature on it. You showing me that, and I'm telling you that it's saying my signature on it, but I signed. I ain't saying I didn't sign. I'm not arguing with you or debating with you about that. I'm not saying I didn't sign. I just didn't remember what I was signing. I just was signing.
Thank you for that. My question is, are you able at all to remember what things you recall asking the state to change that it did not change?
No
Objection asked and answered.
Well, can you rephrase that question? Because you've asked him the totality of it. Are you trying to ask him, is there anything that he remembers?
Yes.
Okay, try that
Yes.
question.
All right. Thank you. Asking it in a better way. Is there anything you remember asking us to change that we just refused to change?
Well, Judge, you can't be giving them layups, Judge.
I can't remember exact, but if you show me the paper, I probably can point out the ones that I wanted you to change that didn't get changed.
I'm going to show you states 444, and if you would not read anything, just tell me numbers.
I'm just pointing to you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is this 444Y?
Yes, it is, Judge.
One second. Paper trail. I know this one.
Your Honor,
Yes.
for the purposes of the record, I would just, I believe Mr. Sledge just identified one. If he could just say the numbers so we can follow, because we're not looking at the sheet along with him when he
Sure.
points.
Number 8, number 8, number 9,
Again, what the fuck is going on with my Wi-Fi, bro?
I don't know it's number 7 or not. Because I don't remember.
I'm sorry, what did you say about number 9?
I meant say number 7. I don't know. I know number 9 is one I asked you to change.
Did you say I don't know about number 7?
Yeah, I don't really remember about number 7, but I know what it's saying isn't true.
Number 7, you're saying is not true.
Yeah, I didn't hear that from that part. I heard it in the streets, not from a member. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
I hear your testimony, yes. Are those the only 2?
That's 3. Well, y'all said 7, I didn't really know. But 8 and 9, I most definitely remember asking you to change, and they never got changed.
Anything else?
No, not that I know of.
Now, when you say that you
Love
asked
fucking up
me
the
to
bag.
change 8 and 9, how did you make that request? Did you personally talk to me, or did you ask someone to tell me?
I was telling my lawyer those were not correct.
And he came back and, at your request, he asked the state, that's your understanding, to change those?
I don't know personally what went on between y'all. Wasn't there. I was in the back. Y'all was in the courtroom.
Now, at any time were you
I think they fucking up my Wi-Fi. They're trying to
forced
get
to
me out
put
of
your
here, Judge.
initials on anything on this document that's labeled 444Y?
I was actually told you can initial, but you can get if you be called in, you can explain the truth of what you know and what you don't know.
Is it your test? So are you now
You gotta ask the same question
testifying
again.
that your initials are placed beside numbers relating to statements that are false? Is that what your testimony is?
Yeah, cause I don't know that. That's why I'm saying it's false. There's no way that I can know that if I wasn't there or no one who you have charged told me. I was personally charged with that same thing you talking about. From the beginning, before any of these guys, except Shannon Stillwell, any one of the other guys, before they was charged with it, I never heard of that until May 9th when you put it on your indictment.
Okay.
That's crazy.
I'm going to show you that same document 444Y and ask you to look at section 5 of the document. And looking at it, is there a marking on the document? Does it refresh your memory as to whether you personally marked anything out on the document?
I see my initial by whatever it is.
Does it refresh your memory as to whether you scratched anything out and changed it?
I think y'all told me to scratch that. I didn't change it. You wrote that. I didn't
Okay.
write that. That's not my writing. That's my
Is
initial.
that your initial? Okay.
Yes.
Is the change that you referred to on section 5 of page 6, is that the only thing that you recall being changed at your request?
No.
What else do you recall being changed at your request?
Well, now, yes, I'm sorry. Y'all can scratch. No, yes, I don't remember nothing else you changed at my request.
Would showing you any other documents refresh your memory?
No.
Okay.
I'm kind of mad that they shot my shot. I don't even know if the
So,
screen was looking good.
number 3 on 444Y, which we were discussing before lunch. Can you explain to the jury how your participation in a drive-by shooting was intended to express support and loyalty for YSL?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I mean, it has sort of been asked and answered in that he, sustained.
Tell us what happened in the drive-by shooting.
What you mean? Go into details what happened?
Yes, sir.
Well, I never, like, at the club, Garlington got jumped on. Which, the Michigan Garlington, which didn't have anything to do with anyone else besides me and Garlington.
How do you know?
Huh? How did I
do you
know
know?
they had nothing to do with no one else?
Yes, and yes.
Because no one else was in the club with us, got their hands put on them.
So, who was it that put hands on Garlington?
I don't know. It was a group of guys. I didn't see no faces, none of that.
So, how are you able to tell the jury that it had nothing to do with anyone except you and Garlington when you can't say who put their hands on you?
Well, I can say what Garlington told me, but I can't tell you, do I know it's personally was those guys? Because there was a lot of them, but I can tell you what Garlington told me.
Were those guys part of a gang?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Well, I mean, it may or may not, to your personal knowledge.
Was
Did
they-
you believe that those guys who put their hands on Garlington were a part of a gang? I asked him his,
Rephrase your question.
to your knowledge, were the persons who put their hands on you, or on Garlington rather, excuse me, a part of a gang?
I don't know, because if they joined the game, I wasn't there when they joined the game.
If they joined a what now?
If they was part of a game,
When you're saying gang, are you saying, spell what you're saying?
Gang. You
Okay.
said gang.
I did, thank you.
So if they was part of a gang, whenever they joined, I didn't eyewitness. So I don't know if they was or was they false claiming or what. I don't know.
Okay. So forgive me for interrupting. Please tell the jury what led up to the drive-by shooting. What happened?
Well, they jumped on Gunnington in the club. I assisted Gunnington, and then it went farther with us fighting. And then I don't know what happened on the outside. I don't know what happened on the outside, but then me, Gunnington, and Zachary, we went and we did what we did.
Okay. Were you standing next to Garlington when he first got jumped?
No, he was coming back towards me.
And you said you didn't see the face of who jumped him.
I never really seen it. Somebody told me that they was jumping on Garnington.
Who
And-
told you?
People in the club. I can't give you a name because I don't know their name.
So what did you do?
I assist Garnington.
How did you assist Garlington?
I helped get him off Garnington.
As you were helping getting them off of him, did you recognize anybody that you were helping to get off of
It
it?
was abroad. No. There was so many people.
Okay. You said earlier that you didn't know whether these people were actually a part of a gang or if they were false claiming.
Right.
Do you know what gang they claimed to be a part of, if any?
Maybe ask another foundational question first.
Are you aware of whether these people that you pulled off of Garlington claimed to be a member of any particular gang?
You said, did they claim to be part of a gang?
Correct.
Overruled.
Actually, I can't really say what gang they claim.
Without saying what gang, at the time that you pulled these guys off of Garlington, did you believe that they belonged to any particular gang?
Overruled.
No.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Kelvin Watts, who answers to the names Kel and Shell Kel?
I know of him, but I don't know him. He wasn't there though that night. I know that much.
Does Shell Kel, to your knowledge, belong to a particular gang?
Well, I heard that he was part of a gang.
Are you aware of whether he claims to be a part of that gang via his postings or anything else?
Yeah, a lot of people claim to be some they ain't.
Fair enough. What gang do you understand Shell Kel to be a part of?
What he claimed, 9 deuce or something like that?
9 Deuce?
Yes.
Is that also If Gang or Inglewood Family?
From my understanding.
That's a yes?
Yes, from my understanding.
Okay.
I don't.
And is that gang, to your understanding, a blood gang? If he knows, Your Honor, I'm asking to his understanding, does he understand that gang to be a blood set?
Overruled.
Yes, I heard, but I don't know for sure. I heard.
Did you consider that gang a rival gang?
Please use your mic. Okay, sorry.
A rival gang? No.
Did you state on December 28th, 2022, that you threatened to harm a person named Kel because of that person's association with a rival gang?
Yeah, but at the time I didn't know. At the time that the threat was made, I didn't know he was If Gang.
When did you learn he was If Gang?
Ooh. I know it was after that video.
Okay. Now we're talking about a video. What video are you referring to?
The video of me and Quindarius. But it wasn't about no gang situation.
Okay. What did you do in the video?
I told him if he was looking for me, I had something for someone who was looking for me, who was not my friend.
And forgive me, you told him that if he was looking for you, what was that last part?
I had anything for anybody who's looking for me that's not my friend. He has no reason looking for me if he's not my friend.
Okay. And what did you have for him?
Whatever to do to protect myself.
Who else was in the video with you?
Quindarius Zachary.
Is he the only person?
That's the only person I remember.
I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 441Y, which has also been provided to counsel for the defendants with the court's permission. May I approach?
You may.
Are you able to see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And when do you recall that video being made?
I can't recall. I just know it was in. I can't recall. I know it was in. I think it was in 2015 or 2014. I don't recall.
What did you do with that video once it was made?
They posted on social media.
Who is they?
I want to say Zachary posted. Or did I post it? I don't recall who posted, but.
It was either you or Zachary?
Yeah.
What are you saying in the video?
I just told you what I said.
Is State's Exhibit 441 Yankee, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you...
The video you just showed me?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 441 Yankee as evidence.
Admitted.
And with the court's permission, while we are pulling that up, I'll go ahead and ask you additional questions.
That's fine.
Thanks. Do you have anything? Do you have anything in your hands in the video?
Yes,
What?
a gun.
And does Zachary have anything in his hands in the video?
Got 2 guns in his hand.
What was the purpose of posting that video on social media?
We were really being silly, man.
Okay. And when you say you're being silly, what do you mean?
It was childish.
Okay. Did you intend for people to see it?
They posted on Instagram, so of course people were gonna see it.
Understood.
We posted it for him to see it.
Okay. Would you please continue? Hang on one second. If it's ready to play, we can play it. And we are now publishing State's Exhibit 441 Yankee after we hide the floating toolbar.
Little strip ass nigga.
We ain't really going back and forth with no nigga.
You little bitch ass nigga. I know where we hit. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Pop, pop, pop. Nigga. Whoa.
They said they ain't really going back.
Is that the video you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you continue telling the jury what led to the drive-by shooting following Demekion Garlington getting jumped on at the club?
What led to it?
Yes, continue telling us what happened.
We left the club and we went over. Well, no, we didn't leave the club. I left the club and then Garnett called me to come back to get him because I left him at the club.
Did Garlington ride with you to the club?
No,
Do you know who Garlington went to the club with?
no, he was calling me all that day to ride me to the club, and I don't like people to ride to the club. I go to the club by myself. I might meet them there, but I always ride by myself.
Who all participated in the fight when Garlington got jumped?
Just me and Garnett. No one else was in the club with us.
All right. And so after, how did the fight end?
Security guard broke it up.
Okay. After the security guard broke it up, what did you do?
I stayed in the club. They put Garnett out the club.
And then what happened?
I was in the inside looking for Garnett's phone with security guard, and I guess security guard found the phone and he took it outside. And then eventually I got the females that I was with and we went outside.
And then what happened?
I pulled off. Garnett was talking, saying something, and I got in my car and pulled off. And by the time I got to the spreadway, Garnett called me back to come pick him up because he didn't have a ride.
What club were you all at?
Club Crucial.
And what day of the week was that?
It wasn't a Monday, so it had to be like a Saturday, something like that, if I am mistaken.
What did Garlington call you back for? Just to get a ride?
Yeah, at first just to get a ride, yes.
What then did it later turn into?
It later turned into a shoe.
Tell the jury how that happened.
I guess Garnett didn't want to let it go, and I was riding with Garnett. Which I probably wouldn't have let it go neither because Another grown man ain't got no business putting his hand on no grown man.
So fill in the blanks and tell us from the time that you went to pick up Garlington, what happened that led you to participate in a drive-by shooting?
I don't remember. I can't remember all the details that happened that night, but I just know it was a drive-by shooting. Well, it wasn't a drive-by shooting.
What
It
was
was a shooting. Cause I didn't see nobody shoot. If that makes sense.
Please explain.
I never seen them shoot. Cause I dropped them off and I kept going.
And then what happened?
I guess they did the shooting.
Did you drop them off at any one particular spot?
I don't know the name of the street.
Understood, but did you drop them off at any one particular spot?
I don't remember.
Did you take them to more than one spot?
Could you refresh my memory if you can?
Let me try this another way. Were you asked to take Demekion Garlington or anyone else in the car with you to more than one spot?
No, I remember taking Zachary, to his cousin's house somewhere.
So what happened at the spot that you said you dropped them off at?
I don't really remember, Ms. Love, but I know I pleaded guilty to it. I don't remember, but I know I pleaded guilty to it. I don't remember all the details, but I pleaded guilty to it.
Mr. Sledge, is a drive-by shooting or shooting something that stands out in your mind, or is it something that's just commonplace for you?
Could you repeat it?
Is a drive-by shooting something that stands out in your mind, or is it something that is just commonplace for you?
Could you break it down? Because I don't understand what you're saying. You saying, is it in my mind or is it just something I do?
Is it something that is worthy of remembering for you? A drive-by shooting?
No.
It's not something that's worthy of remembering?
No.
Okay. So it's not a big deal for you?
Not for me.
Was more than one house shot up after Demekion was jumped at the club?
Probably. I wasn't there. I probably was, I'm saying, but I didn't take him to more than one place.
Do you recall going to Adele Drive?
Where is that located?
Off of Martin Luther King in... I'll rephrase. Do you recall going to an area off of Martin Luther King called Adele Drive?
Yeah, I think that was Wolf.
Do you recall going to a location on Drew Drive?
No, they lied. No, I don't recall going to Drive, but I know it was all in my plea agreement. I just thought it was best in my interest, so I pleaded guilty to it.
Okay. Did you ever talk about that shooting with Quindarius Zachary or Demekion Garlington?
What you mean, that night?
At any time?
No. We didn't really talk about it.
When I asked you whether you threatened to harm Kelvin Watts because he was affiliated with a rival gang, you said, did you say rather, at the time you made the threat, you did not know he was If Gang. Did you say that?
Yes.
Why did you make an assertion about If Gang when I asked you about a rival gang?
Because it ain't, Ms. Love, it ain't like I don't know what y'all trying to put together. I know what you saying and I know what the state's saying, but that don't mean it got to be true.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that I'm just asking you questions so that you can speak to the jury?
And I answered it to the jury like.
You didn't answer the question. My only question to you was, why is it that when I asked you whether you threatened to harm Shell Kell because he was affiliated with a rival gang, you responded, at the time I made the threat, I didn't know he was If Gang.
I said I didn't know he was 9 Deuce.
Object. That's a misstatement of the evidence.
Sustained. The witness corrected it.
Thank you. Why did you say that at the time you made the threat, you didn't know he was a member of that gang?
Because the state, this is what the state painted a picture that YSL, I'm answering the question if you're going to let me answer. It's the way I know the answer. If you're not going to let me answer, then.
Sledge, go ahead.
Because the state is painting a picture that YSL and 9 Do is the rival gang. So I know you saying it don't take a rocket science to figure that out.
Has anyone instructed you to come in here and talk about what picture the state is trying to paint?
No.
Has anyone instructed you just to be honest?
I'm being honest. You might think I'm not, but I'm telling you I'm being honest.
Okay.
I'm being honest as I can.
So irrespective of the picture that the state, in your opinion, is trying to paint, why did you bring up the name of that particular gang when I asked you about a rival gang?
It's also
Now it has been overruled.
It's also a misstatement, Your Honor. Miss Love brought up If Gang.
Right.
Correct.
All
Go
right.
ahead, Ms. Love.
All right. How did Quindarius Zachary get in the picture
What you mean?
as it relates to this drive-by shooting on April the 28th? How did Quindarius Zachary get in the picture?
I don't know if Gunnington called him. I think Gunnington called him and told him he had got jumped on before I even made it back to Gunnington.
And so how did Quindarius Zachary get with you all?
What you mean? We went and got him.
Okay. So after you picked up Garlington from Crucial, you all then drove somewhere else and picked up Zachary?
Right.
Where did you all pick him up from?
I don't remember.
Who was it that told you which house or houses to go to?
I don't know who told Gunnington.
No, who told you you were driving, right?
Yeah,
Wait.
Gunnington told me how to get there.
Okay.
Love, they already have told you all this stuff. Well, you're right. You got to tell it to the jury. I'm sorry.
And you understand, I can't tell the jury.
Right. You're right.
Would you please tell the jury whether at the time you took Garlington to that house, you knew or believed that it was the home of a rival gang member?
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay. Did you see the guns did anyone have guns in the car at the time that you took Garlington to that house of the rival gang member?
We had guns. We rolled with guns every day. Not one day, every day.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Garlington, and Zachary then.
Okay.
Whenever we was together.
At the time that you were together, were Garlington and Zachary also members of YSL? Apologies.
Well, everybody probably assumed they was YSL, but I can't. Well, I heard them say YSL, put it like that. So I can't really actually say.
Was it your understanding at the time that you took them to that home of the rival gang member that both Garlington and Zachary were YSL?
I believe so, yeah.
How did Nine Deuce become a rival gang?
I have no idea.
Who was it a rival to?
You said, the state say YSL.
You're the only one that can give
Well,
testimony. So who was it a rival to with your understanding?
Well, from my understanding, it wasn't a rival with everyone who claimed YSL. It probably was certain people, not everyone.
Okay. So who was it a rival to? Who was this gang a rival to?
Me, Garlington, and Zachary at the time.
Okay. No one else?
Not that I know of.
Did you say on December 28th, 2022, that you and your fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL?
Again, that was some you stated and some I initiated. I most definitely initiated that.
Earlier, did I give, go ahead.
Because none of the stuff on the paper, I never approved none of it. I signed, but if you would have came to me and asked me that before, I would have told you it wasn't true.
Earlier, when we were talking about changes that you asked to be made, do you remember having an opportunity to look at the document that is labeled 444 Yankee?
To be honest with you, I didn't look at the whole document.
Okay. So if I give it back to you, will you look at each of the factual acknowledgments contained on the document?
I already told you, Ms. Love, I initiated on it.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, I can.
Do
look
you
at
need
it.
an opportunity to look back
I
at
can
it?
look back on it.
When you've had a chance to read each of them, would you just look up? Could you read each of the items under that section, please?
You just read them, Ms. Love.
Do you not want to read them?
No, I don't want to read.
Why don't you want to read them?
Because I don't want to read. I just answer to you.
Okay.
I don't want to read.
Having had the opportunity to look at the factual acknowledgments, what other factual acknowledgments besides the one you listed as 8 and 9 are you now saying aren't true?
Your Honor,
Yes.
that is a misstatement of the evidence. He said that 7 is not true as well.
Yep.
Okay.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. Earlier, did I ask you to identify which portions of the factual acknowledgement that you asked the state to change?
And I told you 8, 9, and I couldn't remember if I asked you to change some, but I know some is false.
Okay.
That's what I told you.
If you understood that you could ask me to change 8 and 9, would you explain why you did not ask me to change any other ones?
I can't say, my Lord.
Did the state force you to sign this document?
I was forced. I feel like I was forced myself.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I feel like I was forced myself because I was going through something.
Explain what you're saying.
I was going through something with my mother being sick. I needed to get home to my mother. And if I went to trial, I couldn't afford Mr. Wright to go to trial.
Could you afford to ask Mr. Wright to make any further corrections to the document?
That Pacific day, Ms. Love, I was just trying to get home to my sick mother.
Did you swear under oath that each of these statements that you initialed were true?
Maybe, I don't even remember. I can't say. If that what it say, yeah.
Did you lie under oath?
No, I didn't lie.
Well, explain to the jury how they should reconcile those two statements.
I really can't explain it to you, Ms. Love.
Did you sign a statement? Did you make a statement
I didn't
that you
go ahead.
that you have read and carefully reviewed the agreement that you were entering with the state, that you have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accuracy each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgments, and that you acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein, that you fully understand the agreement and have had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with your attorney, Mr. Derek Wright. No promises other than those contained in the agreement have been made to you in furtherance of the agreement, and you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter into the agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Did you make that statement on December 28, 2022?
I think so.
Okay. Was that statement true or false at the time that you made it?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
Why do you say you don't know?
I really don't. I just told you my intention was.
I understand. And my condolences for what you had to go through. But the jury needs to know whether that statement that you made was true or false. Would you please tell them?
I guess it was true if I made it, Ms. Love.
Why did you pause so long before answering?
I don't know.
Now, you were talking about having pled guilty to charges related to the drive-by shooting or to the shooting on April 28th, 2015.
I pleaded guilty.
Excuse me, Judge. At this time, can we get the instruction, please? That's the first question directly from the state.
Yes. Ms. Lapis.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear evidence that a co-defendant in this case has pled guilty to some of the charges in this indictment. I caution you that this co-defendant's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal acts to which he pled. You are not to consider the co-defendant witness's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. If you find that the co-defendant witness provided testimony on the stand that is inconsistent with his guilty plea admissions, you may consider the witness's prior inconsistent statement, that is, his guilty plea admissions, including to the allegations in the charges to which he pled guilty, as substantive evidence, which you may consider against any defendant currently on trial for whatever bearing it may have on the issues on trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Sledge, you mentioned pleading guilty to charges related to the April the 28th, 2015 shootings that you were just talking to the jury about. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. And when you pled guilty, did you do so in 2022 or did you do so in 2015 or 2017?
Obviously, I pleaded guilty 2017.
Thank you for that. So, at the time that you pled guilty in 2017 to the charges related to the April 28th, 2015 shooting after Demekion Garlington was jumped, was there a factual basis given for that plea? Do you understand the question?
No, what you mean?
Okay.
I don't.
First, let me ask you, when you pled guilty in 2017, did you have an attorney?
Yes.
And is the attorney that you had then the same one that you have now?
Right.
And did you trust him then the way that you trust him now?
Right.
Right. And at the time you pled guilty, did the prosecutor tell the court that the evidence would show that on April 28, 2015, Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sledge were at a club called Club Crucial on Donnelly Hollowell Parkway earlier in the evening when members of, and preface this by saying Mr. Garlington, Mr. Sledge, and Mr. Zachary at this time were members of a gang called YSL or Young Slime Life that at some point had been affiliated with the Blood Criminal Street Gang. There had been a falling out carrying from the fall of 2014 into 2015. This, for lack of a better term, gang war was going on at this time. Mr. Garlington was jumped at the club by members of a rival gang, Aaron Mills, Dominic Carter, and others that are members of a gang which is a subset of If Gang or Inglewood Family Bloods, which is a gang that the dispute was going on with at that time, when Mr. Garlington was jumped and assaulted at the club. A decision was made by Mr. Sledge they called Mr. Zachary, the co-defendant, to retaliate in some way. The evidence will show that Mr. Sledge drove the vehicle. Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were inside with weapons, and they first drove by Adele Avenue, 1428 Adele Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia. And that location at the time is the home of Darren Mills and his mother, and at least one of his sisters and one of his cousins, and is an address that Darren Mills actually used and stayed at. He was one of the individuals that had assaulted Mr. Garlington earlier at the club. Mr. Sledge drove by and they shot at the house. There were not individuals outside of the house, but the house was shot. During the shooting of that house, Miss Denise Bell, who is the aunt of Darren Mills, while she was in her bed, sustained a gunshot to her buttocks and had to go to the hospital and had to have surgery. She was shot. The house was shot up, and there were other individuals there at the time, including Cecilia Davis and Diamond Mills. Diamond Mills being Darren Mills' sister. Also, the car belonged to Cecilia Davis, which was in front of the house and received damage. The evidence is that Mr. Sledge was the driver of the car. After that, Mr. Sledge drove over to 1903 Drew Drive, Northwest, an apartment there was at the time being used by Philip Collins, who is Darren Mills' brother, and also present at the club and participated in the assault. In shooting at what they believed to be Philip Collins' apartment, they damaged apartments 1122 and 1120. Natasha Battle's apartment, which was 1120, her patio doors, windows, and couch were damaged from the gunfire. Ms. Troutman's apartment was 1122, and that was the other apartment that was damaged. Through investigations, detectives got a lead that Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were involved, and they conducted interviews.
Yes, sir.
I can pause there.
Okay.
Was that factual basis? Were those words read to the court by the prosecutor at the time you entered a guilty plea in 2017?
I don't remember, was it read by the prosecutor, because I took a blind plea. And I think the judge read off the evidence. I don't recall what it was, though.
Okay. Do you recall hearing those words read by somebody in court as the reason or the factual basis for the charges that were being brought?
If I could explain, I pleaded guilty because I felt like it was in my best interest. You had two co-defendants. Some of what they said was true, and some they said wasn't true. But I did plead guilty because I felt like it was in my best interest.
Were you given an opportunity to say anything at the time that you entered that plea? Were you given an opportunity to make any statements?
No, not that I remember.
Do you recall the judge, after those statements were read, asking you, is there anything you'd like to say before sentencing? Do you recall that happening?
Yes, I recall him asking me that.
Do you recall telling the judge, no, sir?
I remember telling him, thank him for the plea that he allowed. I remember that. I remember me telling him, thank him for the plea that he accepted on the non-negotiable plea, the blind plea or whatever it was.
Would you explain to the jury what your understanding of a blind plea is?
A blind plea, that I understood, that you leave the evidence up to the judge and the judge determine on the sentence.
At any time, did you tell the judge, I'm not admitting this, I'm just doing this because it's in my best interest.
Well, I didn't tell the judge that. I told my attorney that. When my attorney asked me, like, when he came to me with the plea deal, and I told him, I said, why I take the plea? Because it's best in my interest. You got two guys against one.
Hold on. At the time that you...
No, I didn't tell it to the judge.
That wasn't the question.
Oh.
At the time that you pled guilty, did you know what sentence the judge was going to give to you?
No.
Okay.
Not that I know, I just knew it was
Did the judge, was it explained to you that you could receive up to the maximum sentence on each charge?
not if I understand. I think a deal was already worked out, if I ain't mistaken. That what made me take it. I think it was already worked out between my attorney and the state.
Do you understand the difference between a negotiated plea and a blind plea?
No.
Okay. Have you done anything besides a blind plea in front of a judge before?
Yes, I think I have, yes.
And when you pled guilty on December 28th, 2022, was that a blind plea or something else?
I think it was just a plea. It wasn't a blind plea, though, if I'm not mistaken.
For a regular plea, what do you understand to be the terms? In other words, do you know your sentence before you plead guilty with a regular plea?
I don't know, because before the blind plea, I knew my plea.
Why did you then distinguish for the jury that it was a blind plea?
It was, but I already knew the sentence. My lawyer had already aware to me that they was offering the same thing. They was offering the co-defendants what they had pleaded guilty before me.
Okay.
So when I pleaded guilty, my lawyer aware me that they was offering the same plea deal that they gave them, but in my plea deal, I told my attorney that, like, I didn't want the probation. I just take the straight prison sentence.
Okay.
Yes, sir. All right, outside the presence of the jury? Okay. Yes? Yes. Okay. I'm going to excuse y'all to the jury room.
Your Honor, could the witness be excused?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I first grab it?
To do what? Sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have a motion for a mistrial. The evidence has just come out that two co-defendants who, to my knowledge, at least one of them is not testifying and has entered a guilty plea. That is a confrontation clause violation to Mr. Williams and the other people on trial. In addition, Your Honor, gave an instruction with the last line, and I know it was objected to previously, but I want to stress this, that if it's a prior inconsistent statement, it can be used against Mr. Williams and the other people. That was premature, because I don't believe there's anything inconsistent as of now. And then the third reason I'm moving for a mistrial in the aggregate, Your Honor, is that the prosecutor uses and reads the statement of the then prosecutor, I believe it was the Honorable Mr. Bailey, who entered this plea and gave a factual basis. But she did not make it clear that the Honorable Derek Wright said on page 12 of this transcript to the same court that Mr. Sledge is tendering the plea under Alford, which is ALFORD.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. And honestly, I thought that we were going to be dealing with the guilty plea that he took in this case. And yeah, that's problematic that this 2015 case is an Alford plea. And so I don't think that any of what I said with regard to admissions is actually true, even against this. I mean, he's saying he pled under Alford, and I don't know why the disposition sheet doesn't say that, but it is very clear that this is an Alford plea in this 2015 case. So Mr. Wright wants to share something. Yes, sir.
Waiting for the appropriate time that I was going to point out that it was in fact an Alford plea. So I thought her cross-examination was not appropriate.
Well, y'all, I mean, maybe that, yeah.
It was something other than an Alford. So
Well, maybe don't wait so long next time. But I mean, I'm definitely going to, Ms. Lev, do you want to be heard?
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead.
One, we'd ask that the court deny the motion for mistrial. Number two, we would ask, as it relates to the assertion that no inconsistent statement was made, in the factual acknowledgments.
Okay, no, see, that's the deal with an Alford plea, is you are not acknowledging that the facts are true like you would in a regular guilty plea. You're saying, I think that the state has enough evidence that a jury could be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that these facts are true. But you're not acknowledging on your own, yes, these are true.
Your Honor, when I spoke of the factual acknowledgments, I meant 444Y.
Well, that's what I thought you meant.
Within 444Y, we referenced this particular
All right, let's
section.
Maybe if you can point me specifically, let me pull that one up.
Page.
Which number? Go ahead.
Number 3 on page 3 of 7, under defendant's factual. I'm sorry, not number 3, number 4, on defendant's factual acknowledgments on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15 SC 138994, defendant and fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video referenced in Part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Number 5, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL.
Okay, and so those factual assertions, what I read as the limiting instruction, would be true for. But the factual basis that you just read out from the 2015 one, that's a whole lot more than what's in numbers 4 and 5.
Your Honor, in number 6, defendant admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in section 3, 4, and 5 above.
Okay.
And so if I'll, of course, comply with whatever appropriate instruction that the court deems necessary to give as it relates to the conviction of this witness for 15 SC 1. 38994, but given the factual acknowledgments that were made as it relates to 22 SC 183572, and the fact that this witness did not assert, even though the plea was given in his best interest, he was allowed an opportunity to say what he said here, and he did not say it.
No. When a defendant has an attorney who is saying, we are pleading this because we believe it to be in his best interest, the defendant does not then independently need to say, yeah, by the way, judge, here's what Alfred means.
Understood.
So no. Are you going to tender for admission any part of 444Y?
Yes, the state intended to tender 444Y.
In its entirety?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
Any objection to that being tendered or admitted in its entirety?
And if there is an objection to it, then
All right,
let's
find that out.
Okay.
Point to the entirety of the document unless the state can give reasons for which parts of the document are admissible at this time. And if they're not tendering yet, I understand that. But I can't get around how we got here. I'm trying to follow this factual basis, and I asked Mr. Renard, R-E-N-A-R-D, for this, and we're in a different case.
Yeah, we are. So, we've been talking about these 2015 crimes, and we've been talking about, what's been going on in this 22 indictment. So, I guess that's how it came about. But I wish we'd been a little more specific about it all beforehand, because, I noticed this morning that this was an Alfred plea. And I would have had issues with when you started reading out the factual basis. I'm thinking, well, is this some other case that I don't know about that's not the 2015 case and not the 22 case? Because we should have been reading the factual basis from the 2015 case.
Your Honor, the 2015 case, I understand what the court is saying. The 2015 case is one of the overt acts that we allege in the indictment. And as it relates to the defendant's conviction for the 2015 case, we believe that it would be appropriate is an appropriate matter for cross-examination, and it appropriately falls under the portion of the court's instruction where it tells the jury that the conviction itself is not to be considered as evidence. And to the extent that Mr. Sledge is asserting that he didn't do it, that he dropped someone off, that is what he asserted, by the way. He said that he was not present, he dropped him off, and it was only one house.
Well, we all know how party to a crime works. So, yeah, he said, I didn't shoot, but he did admit to being the driver.
And so, to the extent that he said that the statement contained in his factual acknowledgement that he and fellow YSL associates, and I'd also point out that early on he made a very blatant inconsistent statement that YSL is not a gang. And in this factual acknowledgement section.
All right, we're not going to use anything in the factual acknowledgement section of the 2015 plea.
No, in the 22 SC 183.
Okay, yeah, no. All of that is inconsistent with any of his trial testimony is fair game for you to tender for admission. and for them to consider as substantive evidence against everybody. The issue we have that needs to get cleared up is that before I read this limiting instruction, I thought you were going to tender the guilty plea to this 22 SC case. And it turns out that you were talking about the 2015 case, which I understand you're saying we did part of that as, part of the 22 factual acknowledgments. So those factual acknowledgments in there are fine as well. When I say in there, I mean in this 22 case. But I'm going to have to clarify for the jury that what I told them about prior inconsistent statements
does not
apply, and that everything you just read from that guilty plea also needs to be disregarded.
So, Your Honor, as it relates to the court's instruction to the jury regarding the inconsistent statement not applying, we would only ask that the court specify that the court is speaking as to the factual basis that I asked the witness about in 15 SC 138994, particularly where he has testified and he pled in his best interest.
Okay. And you haven't tendered yet the 444Y. And so at the point in time when you tender that, then I'll say, okay, for this one, this is true.
I see what, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. If anybody wants to suggest specific language, I'm willing to listen. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of give it my best shot.
I would like.
And Your Honor, may I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Because number one, the court has previously instructed the jury that questions, and I understand the content of the question needs to be addressed. But given that the witness has testified that he pled guilty in his best interest, and given that he can also be cross-examined as to whether or not he was asserting these things, we don't believe that anything beyond a instruction regarding the factual basis for 15 SC 138994 not being considered a statement of the witness is required.
Okay.
I just respectfully don't think that goes far enough. You have a prosecutor who's saying it's just a blind plea. She leaves out everything about Alfred. She elicits, and I'm not saying that she could have anticipated this, but her questioning elicits that a non-testifying severed co-indictee pled guilty also. That is a total confrontation clause violation. It's the second time.
All right, and that's Zachary and...
Well, Mr. Zachary, I anticipate may testify.
Right.
I don't know. He hasn't yet, but it definitely includes Mr. Garlington, who the state has said will not be testifying. And then, just for you to know, you were not here, but the predecessor judge permitted, over objection, the state to do the same thing. They did it with a Mr. Winfrey, just like the court reporter's last name. He's not going to testify. No one believes he's going to testify. The state doesn't say he's going to testify. And they got out that he pled guilty. So they're aware of all this. And in fact, the state elicited in that case that the gentleman, Mr. Winfrey, pled guilty to avoid plea. It was vacated by the Supreme Court of Georgia.
Yeah, I remember you.
So, and
Didn't
then
he enter another one after the fact, though, anyway?
5 years later, Alfred plea and said I'm specifically innocent.
Yep.
I mean, it was a farce.
Right.
And then the predecessor judge wouldn't even let me examine the witness, and Miss Love said that the witness I could call in my case in chief on direct. So the reason I'm bringing that up is this is not new.
Okay. What's your intention with regard to Mr. Garlington? Do you have any intention of calling him?
Your Honor, no. And Mr. Steele is absolutely correct in terms of the witness testifying about Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary and his doing that. There's nothing that indicates that the only reason he did that was because they pled guilty. So that is not, in other words, his statements that he gave to the jury about Mr. Garlington pleading guilty and all of that are not something that I asked him about or expected him to be talking about.
Right. Okay. But nonetheless, we have that now before the jury.
We would ask that the court tell the jury to strike, disregard, put out of their mind anything about the Mr. Garlington pleading guilty.
I'm just going to say anyone other than the witness on the stand.
Okay. But Mr. Zachary is a witness.
I know that, but he hadn't been called yet, has he?
No.
So
no.
deal with it when he gets called.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Sledge, clearly at a jury trial, we are always assessing the credibility of witnesses. My client has now been impugned, or at least attempted to be impugned by the state by suggesting that either he should have been making a statement or his plea was something other, or that these facts are in fact his adopted, admitted facts.
I'm going to make it clear that that's not the case.
And that's where I want to make absolutely clear that he was right in the position he was taking, that it was in his best interest.
All right. Anything else before we get the jury back in? That is a great idea. Let's all do that. Or take that opportunity. Okay, that is denied.
And then because you're giving curative instructions, maybe instead of making the same motions before the next question, can you just acknowledge that I would have done that and then still do the motion for mistrust?
Yes. All right, let's take 5 or 10 minutes ourselves. To say something.
Poised.
All right.
Judge, I fully adopt on behalf of Mr. Nichols, and I know I don't need to under the rule we're operating under, the motion for mistrial. I understand your ruling. I understand you're going to give an instruction, but I ask that as part of that instruction for an admonishment under 17-875, and I think that admonishment is mandatory, where counsel makes statements of prejudicial matters which are not in evidence. And I believe that this applies to this particular instance under these particular circumstances. So I'd asked the court to admonish counsel. Yes, in front of the jury, obviously, as part of the instruction.
All right. Give me a second to get signed into Lexis and take a look exactly at what the statute says. Give me that site again. 1775. I left out a number. Do you have any suggested language? I'm sure you do. That would be appropriate for the court to give at us as an admonishment.
I haven't. We can come up with something.
All right. Well, let's endeavor to do that right now.
Permit the state to make a response.
You may. Go ahead.
Now, okay. Your Honor, given that 17-875 refers to statements of prejudicial matters, which are not in evidence, and the factual basis given or read by the prosecutor in the plea in the 15 SC case, while containing details that are not contained within the factual acknowledgments of 22 SC 183-572, it contains, it's about the same act, which in the factual acknowledgments for this case, the defendant says occurred. He admits and acknowledges that he, Demekion Garlington, and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting at this residence, and that they committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL, and that he admitted and was convicted of aggravated assault, participation in criminal street gang activity, and among other charges for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5. And given that this evidence will be properly before the jury, our position is that these statements, the questions that I asked, which contains the factual basis, the assertion about the factual basis in the 15 SC case, would not be a prejudicial matter. Though the factual basis is not in evidence, the fact of the shooting is not a prejudicial matter, which mandates a rebuke.
Okay. Well, the fact that a co-defendant who may not ultimately testify and who you do not believe will testify has pled guilty.
I don't disagree that that should go, but that was not something that I.
No, I know. I don't think that you intended to elicit that, but yes, I'm going to give a rebuke. Miss Love, I mean, that's just what it is sometimes to be the prosecutor in a case. Gotta have a tough skin. Suggested language, Mr. Harvey or others?
Need for some smarter colleagues to give me some suggestions, which is everybody in these three tables.
And Your Honor, I'm still reading under the annotations of that particular statute regarding the rebuke
we
language.
also presented this, by the way, as a guilty plea, not as an offered plea. And we read a factual basis from something that's not in evidence. It is so highly prejudicial that we all made a motion for mistrial. A rebuke is in order under 17875, and I think the court in front of the jury can say, and I hereby admonish the state for bringing up these matters that I have just told you to disregard, and the state should not do that again.
Your Honor, what the annotations say is what the law forbids is the introduction into a case by way of argument of facts, not only not in the record, but that are calculated to prejudice the accused. And
all right, Ms. Love, I'm going to give some sort of an admonishment. And I mean, sometimes you need to just, keep your powder dry and not argue every single thing to the nth degree. I've already said I'm giving it. So, I mean, I can grant a mistrial if you'd prefer.
Oh, no.
Okay, then maybe stop arguing at this point.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, in terms of her having presented it as a guilty plea, an Alford plea is still a guilty plea, so I don't find there to be anything wrong with her having references in a guilty plea, but, we already talked about the whole factual basis thing, so I won't rehash that, but okay. All right, and after I give the instructions, I am going to ask y'all, I understand that the mistrial motions are preserved, but I am going to ask, since I haven't read out yet what I'm going to say, if y'all have any suggestions that you think would further elucidate, clarify, cure anything, I'm going to ask you for that. And if you have them, I would like for you to let me know that, and we can come up to the bench and consider any other further curative instructions, okay? All right, let's get the jury back out. And I mean, I don't know that we need the witness in here for that, but
will the court prior to
go ahead?
Will the court prior to bringing in the jury, would the court be willing to read the
what
rebuke?
I'm going to say? Well, I don't know what the rebuke. I mean, it's probably going to be something to the effect of, after I explain to them what they're not to consider, I also admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury. Mr. Harvey wants more. What else? I'll consider it.
You should be banned from asking any more questions ever for the rest of the.
Well,
For the rest
okay,
of my life.
reasonably speaking, though.
That may be going a little bit too far. But that's already been asked for, by the way. And that the court, in giving these instructions, intends to rebuke the state for asking those, for eliciting that improper testimony.
So, Your Honor, it wasn't improper testimony.
Okay.
It was the question.
Improper statements of the state. That's the whole point of a rebuke. That's the whole point.
And we would ask that the court just, if the court is going to read, that the court reads only what the court initially said.
I will say you should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything this witness admitted to. Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
At the time he pled guilty in 2017, because
I understand.
Your Honor.
Give me just a second. Sorry. Yes.
Let me request that the court consider including in its admonition the following language, if the court deems it to be appropriate. Somewhere in there, the presentation of that evidence that I've described was improper and was not in keeping with the law and the prosecutor's ethical obligations. Accordingly, the state is admonished for their behavior and is instructed to refrain from asking or presenting any improper questions or evidence moving forward.
All right. I'll do a little bit of it, but not all of it. What was that last sentence?
I like the first sentence.
I'm sure you do. Instructed to refrain from what?
Refrain from asking any improper questions or presenting improper evidence.
All right. Well, they're not presenting evidence, so.
And
right.
and should conduct themselves within their ethical obligations and
right.
legality.
Thank you. I'm not going to do that.
All right, I got some more.
Got some more? All right. I think this is going to be enough. All right. Let's get the jury out. I mean, do y'all want the witness in here for this?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you or somebody instructed, maybe even Mr. Wright, the witness, to not talk about anybody else's plea to anything? Can Mr. Wright just do that? All right, let's get the jury out. Be in here? Okay.
Your Honor, we do request
all
that the witness is present.
Okay. Somebody let them know that. You can hurry. I mean, I've already said for the jury to come in, so. All right. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got some further instructions for you with regard to some of what you just heard. So I gave y'all an instruction that if this witness provided testimony that was inconsistent with a guilty plea admission, that you could accept that guilty plea admission as substantive evidence against any of these defendants. But then what we heard was that this witness pled guilty in 2017 to that being a part of that 2015 drive-by shooting. But and we heard kind of a factual basis that the prosecutor in that guilty plea had read before the court, or somebody had read before the court, as a part of what Ms. Love was asking questions about, and she was, kind of reading it from a transcript. All right, here's the thing, is that guilty plea, as I think you heard this witness say, he entered that because he believed it to be in his best interest to do that. And this gets into a whole lot of kind of legal terminology and legal concepts, but there are a couple of different ways that somebody can say, yes, I'm pleading guilty to a crime. And one of them is called an Alford plea. It's just named after a case called Alford. But they're essentially saying, I am going to plead and accept that I'm guilty of this crime, but I am not saying that the facts that the state's putting forward are true. I am just saying I think it's in my best interest to go ahead and resolve it that way. So everything that you heard and that is totally legitimate to do that. And let me also say that Mr. Wright, who was representing this witness at the time, he let the court at that time in 2017 know, hey, this is an Alford plea. He's doing this because it's in his best interest, he believes, to do this. And Mr. Sledge was under no obligation after his attorney said that to, even if he got an opportunity to say anything else, to say, yeah, what my lawyer said, to add anything whatsoever to that. So I think there was a question about that, and he didn't, he didn't say anything else. He had no obligation to. He had no requirement to. He had no responsibility to, okay? So basically what I told you about, you can take those facts and those admissions and consider it against him or anybody else in this trial. When it's an Alford plea, you cannot. So none of that I said was actually true about what you just heard about those 2017 guilty plea to the 2015 drive-by shooting, okay? So let me think what else. Oh, and you also need to completely disregard that anybody other than this witness right here, Mr. Sledge, might have pled to anything that had to do with that drive-by shooting, all right? So just entirely erase that from your minds. And I also, at this point, am going to admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury. You should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything that this witness admitted to at the time of the 2027 guilty plea. And I'm going to instruct you to refrain from asking improper questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything in addition that anybody needs to put before the court right now with regard to those curative instructions? All right. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Mr. Sledge. Would you tell the jury, just one moment.
Sure.
whether you are familiar with a person by the name of Antonio Sumlin who goes by the name Obama.
I know of him.
How do you know of him?
Just seeing him around.
Have you ever have you ever
We
hung
probably
out
been in the
with?
same. We probably been in the same vicinity, but I never hung with him. He never been in a car with me. He never nothing like that.
What about Martinez Arnold?
Yes, I know Martinez on.
How long have you known him?
I've been knowing Martinez on. Whoa, it's been a minute. I can't actually tell you how long, but it's been a minute.
Is he a person that you know who also answers to the name Duke?
Yes.
All right. Is Martinez Arnold YSL?
He's an artist of YSL.
Okay. And what about Antonio Sumlin? Is he YSL?
I can't tell you yes or no to that answer.
Now, putting aside matters in 2017, as they relate to December 28th, 2022, at any point, did you make an assertion while speaking with the state through your attorney that YSL is not a gang?
I don't think I made it in that plea agreement, but in 2015, okay, right.
In 2022, December 28th, 2022, at any point, did you assert that YSL is not a gang?
No.
At any point, did you assert that YSL members, that you are unaware of 3 or more YSL members who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? At any point, did you make that assertion?
I don't remember.
Is there anything that would refresh your memory?
Yes, if you have anything that can refresh my memory.
What do you believe would refresh your memory?
I can't say. Whatever you have. If I can look at it or go over it, and then I can.
Yeah. Would looking at 444Y refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your factual acknowledgments, okay. Approaching the witness with 444Y.
All right.
Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes.
Does it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So at any point, did you assert that YSL is not made up of 3 or more members or associates who have committed crimes to increase the reputation of YSL?
I misunderstood that question because from our understanding, y'all say 3 or more people that commit a crime is a gang.
Why do you keep tying the state's understanding to your answers?
Because that's my understanding. You can't. That's my understanding. When I was arrested, that's what Gator and Dennis, not the state. I'm sorry, Detective Gator and Dennis provided us with, which they probably misled us.
And so when you say that's what they provided us with, what does whatever it is that you're speaking of have to do with your acknowledgement that YSL is made up of 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL? What does one thing have to do with the other?
I don't know, Ms. Lord.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is there any part of section 1 under your factual acknowledgments that you did not understand?
Yes, because I thought just 3 or more people that committed a crime, y'all would consider it as a gang.
Again, let me ask
I
you
didn't
this
understand
question.
it then. Ms.
Is
Lord.
the word gang in section 1?
Yeah, but it said identify.
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
It said when you identify, it said identify. When you identify gang members, you identify with colors and hand signals. So that's why I took it as a gang.
So my question to you is not at this point about you taking something as a gang. It's specifically related to YSL being made up of 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL. Is that what you acknowledged in count 1?
Yes, I initiate. Yes.
Okay. So how does what Gaither or Dennis may or may not have said to you, what does that have to do with whether or not you know about 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL?
I can't say.
You also said you've been a member of YSL since 2012. Your memory was refreshed.
Yes, because as it went on, it started as a neighborhood gang, but
Wait.
a neighborhood gang.
What are you saying? Spell what you're saying.
GANG.
Okay. What started as a neighborhood gang?
YSL.
All right. What do you mean when you say gang in that sentence?
You ain't let me finish the first.
I promise you I will, just if you don't mind. Can you tell the jury what you mean when you say gang right there?
What it said, gang. 3 or more people.
Keep going.
It's a gang, you say.
No. I can't testify, so it has to be you and your words.
I just said 3 or more people is a gang.
So when you say that YSL started as a neighborhood gang, what is it that you mean? That it just has 3 or more people?
Yeah, because, well, I guess, from my understanding, I guess.
So tell the jury what you understand a gang to be. Apart from Gaither, Dennis, or anyone from the state, what is Mr. Antonio Sledge's understanding of what a gang is?
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for a legal conclusion by this witness.
No, sir, it doesn't. So I'm going to overrule that. She's asking about his lay understanding of it.
My understanding of the gang was 3 or more people hanging together. That's my understanding. I didn't think you had to be committing a crime to be a gang.
So continue explaining why you said it started out as a neighborhood gang.
Because that was my understanding of it.
Okay. And so then what happened?
Jeffrey Williams started a company called YSL the label. Okay. So it departed from the gang.
Okay. So who all was a part of the neighborhood gang called YSL?
I can't name. In this courtroom, I don't see anybody, but you got a couple of us. I can say I was. I'm gonna say I was. I I can't name the other people. I'm gonna stick where I was.
Who started YSL, the neighborhood gang?
I wasn't there when they started, so I don't know.
What is your understanding of who started it?
Mondo said he started. He ain't on this case.
Why do you mention that Mondo isn't on this case?
I'm just saying. You said who started YSL the game?
Okay.
You.
So is Mondo, to your knowledge, also YSL, a YSL gang member?
I don't know. I never hung with Mondo. Okay. I don't really even know him.
So who did you hang with as part of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
Well, I guess you could say Stevens. I don't want to name the other people they did. I don't want to name the deceased, if that's okay with you.
Is Stevens the only living person that you know of who was a member of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
That I know personally?
That you know of who was a member of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
I can't think of right now off the top of my head.
Is every person that you hang with or consider a friend or a loved one a member of a gang?
Had they been a member of a gang?
Is everybody that you hang with a member of the gang YSL?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. What makes some people a member of the gang YSL and some people not, in your mind?
Based on what you say, based on what you tell me. If you told me you were YSL the gang, then that's my understanding. If you tell me you were part of YSL the label, that's my understanding.
Okay.
That don't mean it have to be true. You just,
Is it your testimony that the only requirement to be considered a gang in your mind is that 3 or more people hang out together?
No, because I thought to be in the game, you have to be whatever they call it, jumped in, beat in, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. So that's why I was asking you earlier. Tell the jury what Mr. Sledge's understanding of a gang is. Outside of anything you've heard from the state, tell the jury what your understanding of what a gang is.
I just told you, Ms. Lord.
All right. You said earlier, did you, that it just means that 3 people are hanging together?
I said that's part of three or more people hanging together, and some other way they said you have to be jumped in the gang. That's why I never consider YSL as a gang, because you don't have to get jumped in YSL to be YSL. A lot of people just say they YSL and run with it. And then I don't think for YSL, there's so many different people that probably claim gangs. You got Crips, you got Blood, you got GD, you even got what we call them civilians that say they YSL. So all that can't even go together as being a gang.
Okay. So given what can't go together as being a gang, just tell the jury what you think, what has to be present for a group to be considered a gang in your mind.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I'm going to show you what the state has labeled and previously provided to the defense, but I will provide again as State's Exhibit 410 Yankee to State's Exhibit 442 Yankee. and I will provide to the defense another copy. They have it already? Okay. Would you take a look at the photographs that are labeled states 410 Yankee to 4. Let me actually enumerate. So 410, 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, 417, 418, 419, 420, 421, 422, 423, 424, 426, 427, 428, 429, 430, 4 and tell me if you recognize those photographs. And Your Honor, I did not yet say 425, so I'm not tendered 425.
Wiping my
Under your nose.
That's the way I decided to take the picture that day.
Okay. And why did
Me?
you said wiping the nose.
Right.
What does that mean?
Wiping nose. There's no other way you could put that.
Is that a symbol or a hand sign that YSL members frequently use?
I guess.
Okay. Those 2 green hearts, why did you choose to post green hearts next to the 100s after you said YSL FUXK, the rest love?
I guess because I wanted to use the green hearts on the snakes on this post at that time.
Are green hearts emojis that YSL members typically use to represent themselves?
I don't
or
think
to show love for YSL?
To show love, but I don't think YSL the only people that use the green emojis.
That's fair. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, are those hearts, specifically green hearts, emojis that YSL members frequently use to either show love or to identify themselves?
To show love.
Okay. Do you know why the hearts are green that YSL members typically use?
No.
Is green a color that is associated with YSL?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yes.
How long has it been associated with YSL? Since you were a member in 2012?
I don't know. I don't think, because I don't even think the green emoji was on the phone in 2012.
What about the 2 emojis next to the green hearts? What are they?
They snakes look like.
Okay. You posted it, right?
Right.
So what did you post?
I'm telling you, they look like green snakes right there.
All right. Why did you post 2 green snakes next to the 2 green hearts after YSL FUXK the rest love?
I like the emojis, Miss Love.
Are green snakes emojis that YSL members typically use when communicating with one another and making postings about themselves?
I wouldn't say, because I seen LeBron James use the green snake emoji, Kobe Bryant. I don't seen a lot of people use the green emoji.
Understood. I am talking about YSL members.
I guess.
Okay. How many people on your post that is depicted in 410 Yankee actually have record deals or had record deals in 2015?
I couldn't answer that question for you, because I don't know if they had a deal, but I know they was rapping. I don't know the whole aspect of the legal business, but I know they was artists, they features on songs and things like that.
And do you know whether any of these persons that are depicted in 410 Yankee have actually been signed with a music label called YSL?
I never seen the paperwork, but they say they was.
How many?
Jeffrey Williams, Kendrick, and Mr. Honor.
Okay. Were you at a club in this photograph depicted in 410 Yankee?
I don't. It looked like a club, it looked like a strip club.
Okay.
If I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, I think we were celebrating Mama Duck's birthday that day. If I'm not mistaken.
Who is Mama Duck?
That's Jeffrey Williams' mother.
Okay. And
you just ask
Mama
about
Duck, that's the name you call her.
Yes.
And do you love Mama Duck?
With all my heart.
Okay. Is Mama Duck here today?
I can't see you in the way. Yeah, she right in front of me now.
All right. Was the photograph depicted in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee posted before or after Demekion Garlington got jumped in the club?
Could you pull the date back up? Because I'm not for sure.
Yes. Are you able to see it?
No, I can't see it right here.
Can you make it broader?
Shout out to everybody that's out now.
It looked like a day. Well, this picture actually was posted the next day. It wasn't even posted the night. It probably wasn't even posted. It probably was took before, and then I just posted it on the 28th.
Okay.
April.
And do you recall whether you posted it before or after Demekion got jumped?
Is there a day before? If he got jumped the 29th of April, you say? I don't recall what day it was that he got jumped.
Okay. Do you recall whether it was posted before or after you, Garlington, and Zachary did the drive-by?
I don't remember exactly the day the drive-by had. If you have anything to refresh my memory, I can go for that.
All right. Would looking at 444 Yankee refresh your memory?
Yes.
All right.
They keep pulling that Y document. How did I live, man? Ain't nothing
Showing
to
the
get
witness approaching with
child.
444 Yankee.
That's the key there. Why you bring them? They don't have the date on there, do it.
Does looking at page 3 of 7 for counsel's sake,
That can't be right.
what can't be right?
The date can't be right on another day it happened.
April 28, 2015
Because there's
cannot
no
be
way,
right?
there's no way we could be in two different places at one time. Well, that's the day I posted it. That's why I said it probably was the same night.
Okay.
That probably just the day. And that was that morning
Okay.
that I posted.
All right.
You trying to confuse me.
I promise you I'm not.
I promise you will.
I promise you would.
All right. Well, are you able to see more clearly the timestamp?
Yeah, I posted that at 11 a.m.
Okay.
And the crazy part about the date's gotta be wrong, Ms. Lord.
Why do you say that?
Because the shooting was, I want to say 2, 3 in the morning, so that would have been the next day.
Okay.
Not the same day. It wouldn't have been the 28th. It probably would have been the 29th.
Okay.
So that's why you trying to confuse me.
Okay.
So you wrong.
Okay. You realize I can't give testimony.
You're right.
Okay. So moving on to State's Exhibit 411Y.
You gonna keep showing pictures with the green.
I think you're showing something.
Yeah, but you just said something about the green snake just a minute ago. Why you gotta keep going about the green snake? I know the jury understand about nothing. Saying
Okay.
the green snake is what we go by.
Who is we?
I'm saying that's what you said. You said
No, I
me.
can't give evidence.
You
don't
said
you?
me, Garlington. You said that I posted the green snake on the post with us in it. So that what YSL supposed to go by the green snake, right?
You do understand that I can't testify.
I'm saying, but
Let's quit this.
to me,
Ask the next question.
I feel like
Showing you State's
I
Exhibit.
just feel like it's pointless.
Showing you State's Exhibit 411 Yankee. With the date clearly depicted.
I can't see the date.
Would you read for the jury the time and date depicted on that posting?
2 p.m. 4/24/2015.
And what is the caption that you put on this post?
I love my snakes, and they love me.
Who is it that you consider your snakes?
Anybody I be with at that time?
Who is depicted in this collage of photographs in 411 Yankee?
They all different photos. I couldn't see that one right there, but I want to say me.
Let's start at the bottom left, and I'm going to point the arrow over different people starting at the bottom left.
That's me.
Okay. Who is the person that the icon is over now?
That look like Shannon.
And to his immediate left, who is that?
Oh, okay.
The next one.
You ain't on. That's Demiki and Garlington.
Who is Shannon in the picture with?
Me.
Okay. And who is Demikion Garlington in the picture with?
Me.
And up above Demikion and you, who is depicted in that photograph?
I can't see his face.
Can you
It's
zoom in
blurry.
a little bit?
No, it's blurry.
So at this point, you don't remember who's in that
I
photograph?
can't see his face really. It's blurry.
Are you able to see who is in the photograph to the left of that picture? If we blow it up some.
I don't see no face. I'm just looking at clothing from the last video. And then I can identify like that. But I can't see their face.
When you say clothing from the last video, was either of these pictures taken at the same time that the picture was taken in 410 Yankee?
No, all these pictures was taken at different times.
Okay.
I put them on a collab together.
Are the green snakes, when you say, I love my snakes and they green heart me, are you referring to your fellow YSL members with the green snakes?
I guess, Miss Love.
Why do you guess? Do you not know?
Yes, Miss Love.
Showing you State's Exhibit 412 Yankee with the date depicted, if we could zoom in on it. Let's start out with the time and date that 412 Yankee was posted. Would you read that into the record, please?
I can't see the time, but it said I got my little brother with me. Love them niggas to death. 100, 2 green snakes.
All right. Can you see the time now?
No, you gotta go up.
Okay.
Up. Not, yeah.
All right.
1:12 p.m. 4/20/2015.
Okay. And what little brothers is it that you have with you?
I think that's Shannon and is that Shannon? I think that's not Shannon. I think that's I can't see the face. I know that's Zachary.
All right. Now you also have 2 green hearts. I'm sorry, snakes. Are those 2 green snakes at the end of that?
Yes.
And are these people in this photograph with you also considered your snakes?
Yes.
Or, all right. Showing you State's Exhibit 413 Yankee. As we zoom in on the date and the time with each one.
Did we already see this picture?
Would you read into the record what the date and the time are for State's Exhibit?
Me and the YSL family. 2 green heart, 2 green snake, 100.
Okay. And what date and time?
Time 4:53 p.m. 4/18/2015.
All right.
So you could actually see they all different dates, but the same picture. So I don't know what date they was taken.
Okay. I'm asking about the date that they were posted.
Posted. Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 416 Yankee. Blowing up 416 Yankee to show the date and the time. Let's start at the very bottom with the time and the date of this post. Would you read into the record the time and date of this particular post?
It's a bitch on blood. 100.
Thank you. You got ahead of me. I need you to read the time and date that you made this post on your Instagram account.
10/23/3/27/2010.
10:23 p.m. on March 27, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Now, what are you doing with your hand?
I can't see it.
Let's
not on here.
Go down and blow it up.
I see I'm shooting a bird and I'm throwing up it looked like a 3.
Okay, your left hand, you're shooting a bird. Are you not showing YSL with your right hand?
That's not YSL.
Okay. When you say...
I said it look like I'm throwing up a 3. We throw up 3 for zone 3.
Zone 3. Not the 4s. 3. Big Tracy.
How do you spell? You said that says bitch on blood. How do you spell bitch in 416 Yankee?
I took the S out the C. I replaced the C with an X.
Why?
It's just something we do.
Who is we?
People in general, I seen on the internet do it. I can't say Pacific, I've seen a lot of people do it.
Have you seen members of YSL do it, besides yourself?
Say YSL is not a gang.
Okay.
Respectfully.
What do you mean when you say your blood in 416 Yankee?
I said I'm blood.
What do you mean when you say you are blood?
I affiliated with the blood gang.
All right. Did you also affiliate with the blood gang in 2012?
No.
When did you begin affiliating with the blood gang?
Probably I want to say 13, 14.
How did you become affiliated with the Blood Gang?
Because I know a couple of people that was blood. I never joined, but I know Bloods.
What about the Bloods make you consider them a gang using your definition?
I heard around the blood with blood gang, so.
Going to State's Exhibit 417 Yankee. What date did you make the post depicted in 417 Yankee?
3/23/2015.
Who, showing the photograph, the pictures, tell the jury who is depicted in 417 Yankee.
Me, Shannon, and Stevenson. But I should have been saying on that post, me and my blood brothers. Because I look at them like my blood brothers. My little brothers.
Going from left, no, stay on the picture. Going from left to right, the person on Shannon's right, who is that person on the far right with the black and white?
That's me.
What are you doing with your hands?
I'm throwing up 2 guns.
What does that mean?
I don't really know. I used to carry 2 guns every day before you guys made me a convicted felon. I couldn't tote guns anymore.
Why are you holding up that particular hand sign to depict 2 guns?
Because it's 2
I
fingers.
just said in the last thing that I was probably affiliated with the Bloods.
And so what does the 2 guns have to do with the Bloods?
I don't know. I seen a couple of Bloods just throw it up. I don't know. Sometimes they say Pistol Pete or something like that.
And who is Pistol Pete?
I don't know. I don't know who Pistol Pete is. I never met him.
Well, why'd you bring his name up?
I'm saying because that's what the 2 guns sometimes mean. I'm saying I don't know who he is, though. I don't know him personally. I don't know him. I never met him.
Have you heard of him?
I said I heard of him, but I don't know him.
What have you heard that he represents since you're throwing up the sign?
I heard he represents the Blood Gang.
Which Blood Gang?
I'm not. I think SMM say.
What does SMM stand for?
I think Set Money Murder.
Okay. And
Yo, chat, I just want to let y'all know.
Sex, money, murder.
Them niggas is done for. Shout out the boy on the stand.
And the person to your immediate left with the red or dark red hood hat.
He throwing up the 3.
Okay. Who is that? Is that Shannon?
Yes.
The same Shannon in the courtroom today?
Yes.
All right. And the person to Shannon's left with the red sweatshirt on, who is that?
That's Steve's that shooting 2 birds.
Okay. Now let's get to what you made a post about. What do you say in your post?
I already said that.
Would you read it out loud? I'm sorry.
Me and my brothers don't play. Nah,
Wait.
for real.
I'm sorry. Do you see?
Me and my Bloods don't play. Nah, for real. 100 with the 2 green snakes.
And do you have an emoji or
I just said
for the word with the word that starts the word Bloods?
A B.
Okay. And is it a red square with the white B in the middle? For the record.
Right, a B.
Okay.
A red square B, right.
What do you mean you and your Bloods don't play? No, for real, for real. 100 green snakes.
It was just a post to make.
Why did you make that particular post?
No reason at all.
Who in this photograph were you talking about or referring to as your Bloods who don't play?
Me and my blood brothers don't play.
Okay. Are you related to Shannon or to Mr. Stevens?
No, I'm not related to them. I just look at them like they is my little blood brothers.
And when you say blood brothers, what is it that
Oh
you
my
mean
God, she
today?
dragging it.
My
She dragging the
blood
jab.
brothers.
Like
Not
my
no
relatives.
gang blood
What you
brothers.
talking about?
My blood brothers.
And the two snakes.
We just
Is
we
that meant to represent
we street
YSL?
talk like that, Miss Law.
You street talk like what?
Like just call each other our blood brothers. We don't have to. You don't have to be from the same mother. That's just the way we, as street language, like slang talk.
Now,
He
all of the
trying.
people that you previously told the
But boy, they
jury
done.
that you know of who are members of YSL, did you meet all of them in the Cleveland Avenue area?
In this picture, are you saying all the ones that I identify that I know?
Yes, all of the ones that you've identified as YSL today that you know. Did you meet all of them in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No.
Where else did you meet
I
some of the
don't
people?
recall, but I didn't meet all of them in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Did you meet Shannon in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No.
Okay. Did you meet Yak in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No.
What about Jeffrey Williams?
Yes, I met Jeffrey Williams in the Cleveland Avenue area.
And did you meet Quindarius Zachary in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No,
Nah,
I
you
met
met him on the
Quindarius
Believe list.
Zachary in Captain Home when he was a child.
Okay. Demekion Garlington.
Captain Home.
Captain Home.
How often did you hang out in the Cleveland Avenue area between 2009 and 2022?
Not that often.
I
Respect me.
can't basically say. Because I used to be a little everywhere, so I can't say that I be here, I be there.
I be all
I
over.
done been a lot of places in Atlanta hanging.
Yeah.
Are
They know
you
me on
the
every
only
block.
member of YSL that you have seen replace a letter C with an X?
I don't know, Miss.
I'm not from YSL, man.
I'm not sure that it has.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay. Mr. Sledge is saying it is. And so was the answer yes, you're the only one?
Yes, I say I haven't seen anyone else use that emoji.
Going to State's Exhibit 415, and we're talking specifically replacing C's with X. Is this picture depicted in 415 Yankee one that you posted on
That's
your
my shirt.
Instagram account?
Now I see it, but I never paid attention to it, Miss Love.
Okay, so that I
And
recognize.
it say 30 deep.
I'm talking about replacing C's with X's. Do you, when you said now I see it, what were you referring to?
I see that he got, I don't know the word, but he got the,
Can you zoom in, please?
you can't see around, I just see the ITXH.
Is there a BI in front of that? Is there a B in front of that?
Yeah, that look like a B, yes. That look like a B.
It could be a M.
And you've never seen, you didn't notice that before?
No.
Okay. Moving on
I ain't gonna lie, Miss Love them nigga.
to
Her
State's
guy's
Exhibit
nice.
418 Yankee. Let's blow up the time and date first. Can you read into the record the time and date that you posted, that picture depicted in 418 Yankee?
You said the date first, time and date?
Time and date, yes, sir.
9:43 p.m.
What date?
3/22/2015.
And what is the posting?
In Houston with my slime.
Okay. Now,
With my snakes, I meant. I'm sorry.
just to be accurate, would you say exactly what you wrote in the posting?
Snakes. I said we in Houston with snakes. I don't even understand. I don't even know what I would write.
Did you write we in Houston with this shit?
With the snakes.
Okay. And what did you mean when you wrote that post?
We in Houston.
With what shit?
Just with the shit. Kicking our shit.
And what did that consist of?
We chilling.
Okay. Who all is in that picture?
I can't see.
I ain't
blow it
seen.
up?
No, she had to go down.
Okay.
Oh, I can't tell.
Do you remember when that picture was taken?
No, I don't really actually know.
Do you remember being in Houston on that date?
I don't
You know?
remember exactly what day we was in Houston, so.
You know?
Do you recognize anybody in that picture?
You know?
Yeah. I see me. I see Jeffrey, Shannon,
I see Baby Yo.
Stevenson. Is that OG Bentley and Gunnington? And I think that's Dora.
Is
Yeah.
OG Bentley also named Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't know his
Nah,
real
I
name.
don't know. I don't know his name, man. I don't know, man.
The person directly in the center on the top row that the icon is over now, who is that?
I
Couldn't
don't
even
know.
tell you, man.
Do you know a person by the name of Demise McMullen, who is also known as Nard?
No, man.
I don't actually know him.
Do you know of him?
I don't heard his name, but I don't actually know him.
Have you ever hung out with him?
No, man.
I don't recall.
Do you recognize that person as the person you know of as Nard or Demise McMullen?
I just told you I don't
know him.
heard of him, but I don't know his real name, whatever you just said.
Is that person the person that you know of as Nard? That you're standing next to in the picture?
Yes.
Okay. So the one that we just were looking at, that is the Nard you know?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to show you 420 Yankees, starting with the date, and ask you to read first the time and date of the posting depicted in 420 Yankee.
We still screaming, fuck the Crime Stoppers.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
We still screaming, fuck the Crime Stoppers. See, as I use the C right now, then it's the C out.
What do you have next to that caption?
What is that, a Kathy with the police with two guns?
Where are the two guns pointed?
It's going to be pointed towards the police head anyway, because that's just how the emoji going to come
Why didn't you put the police emoji on the other side of the two guns so it ain't pointed at the police head?
I don't know, Ms. Love. Just posting.
Okay.
There's no specific reason for that.
That green cactus, is that a cactus? What is that?
Yeah, I don't even know what it means. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh.
It's a cactus. It's a tree.
Okay.
It's a tree.
And what date and time was that posted?
I can't see. Oh, 9:53 p.m. 2/28/2015.
And who is in that posting?
And Zachary.
Pictures?
Me and Zachary. Okay. And he's shooting a bird. I'm shooting a bird.
Almost dust, boy.
What did you call Zachary, as you said?
What you mean? Lil D.
All right. Was he signed as an artist under YSL?
Not from my understanding.
Sure. Why did you tag? Did you tag somebody in that picture?
I tagged D. That was his name. YSL D.
YSL Lil D.
They didn't say, yeah, YSL Lil D.
And do you know why his tag is YSL Lil D when he wasn't under the label?
I don't know. I went back to this. Anybody in the world could say they was YSL. I've been answered that question. Anybody in the world. You can come out tomorrow and say, oh, I'm YSL. You YSL.
Why did you say we still screaming F the Crime Stoppers?
Hey.
Why you want to F the Crime Stoppers?
That's me. That's what I say.
Why do you
and I
want to
still have said today. I don't, it's a post.
What do you have against Crime Stoppers?
I don't have nothing against Crime Stoppers.
Then why you
I think they full of BS.
How so?
Cause they just is. The police BS to me.
Showing you states 421 Yankee. Blowing up the date and time. Let's start at the very bottom. What date and time did you make that post?
It say 5 o'clock p.m., 2/26/2015.
All right. And what is the post that you made? Could you read it
That's
exactly
a song.
as it's written?
It's a song. I never switch up on my brew. I'm not a dub.
And do you use a red square with the white B in the middle for brew?
It just looked better than using the regular B.
Why didn't you use a C?
I don't know. I initiated.
You what?
I initiated the C. I swapped the C out for the B. The B looked better.
Is there an emoji with the C in it?
Do they have an emoji with a C? I don't know.
What is a
I
dub?
don't know.
D-U-B-B.
I don't
It's
know.
a dub.
I don't know. I don't actually know. I have no knowledge what a dub really is.
What did you mean when you posted it?
I just posted it. It was for a social media post. That's all.
Whose song is it?
I think Jeffrey have a song like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Who did you tag in this post?
I tagged Little D and Thugger Thugger, who was in the picture with me.
And is Thugger Thugger defendant Jeffrey Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you scroll down? Yeah. All right.
Your name.
Oh, that's how you're gonna do me, count?
Your phone number, your address.
Fuck out of here, G. We not playing them games, cuz. Fuck they mean, blah. Niggas thought they was about to hit us with a commercial, blah. Respectfully. Niggas don't know my name, cuz. I turn all the screen off on you, bitch ass. You hear me? Respectfully. Niggas gonna respect our shit, cuz.
Showing you states 422 Yankee. Starting with the time and date at the very bottom. If you could scroll it up and blow up the time and date. Mr. Sledge, would you please read the time and date at the very bottom first?
The time and the date, 1:46 p.m., 3/20/2015.
And what is the posting that you made underneath the photograph?
I said, this is my family. I love them to death. Real YSL shit. At Dolly Yak. 30 DSB with the shit and at Thugger Thugger.
Now, who is at 30 Deep D?
That's Demika and Garnison.
And who is SB with the shit?
Shannon Stillwell.
And when you said real YSL, do you place any emojis to the right of the word YSL?
3 green snakes.
Is Demikion Garlington signed as an artist under YSL?
No.
Is Dolly White signed as an artist under YSL?
I'm not for sure.
Okay.
But I'm for sure she'll rep her brother label. So.
To be clear, at Dolly White, is that Defendant Williams' sister?
Yes.
Showing you states 423 Yankee.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wait a minute, don't show it.
Under 403, waste of time, cumulative.
Are we going to do anything else with the rest of these photos?
These are the ones that we went over previously that we
I
said.
know, but is this essentially the same type posts? Do we have any new people in them? Any new?
Each one of them, Your Honor, is on a different day, and they have different captions, and the captions we believe are important.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. And I know you hadn't been having everybody identify all the people, so as long as you just keep moving through, go ahead.
Okay.
Overruled.
423 Yankee, starting with the date and time at the very bottom. Would you please read the date and time you made that post? Blow up the date and time.
We told you YSL.
No, the date and time.
The date and time is 3:28 p.m. 1/5/2015.
And what is the post that you made?
We told you YSL will never fold.
And what do you have to the right of those words?
2 green snakes.
And 2, what are those, exclamation points on the
Yeah,
side?
on each side.
Okay. Would you please explain to the jury what you meant when you said YSL will never fold?
Because we knew Jeffrey Williams was going to make it as a great artist.
Okay. And when you said, we told you YSL will never fold, who is the we that you're talking about?
Shit, excuse me, though. Us as a family.
And who all is depicted in
I can't.
423, after we bring it down? Who all is it that you're referring to as YSL who will never fold?
That's Zachary, me, Kendrick, and Anna. I don't refer to say the deceased.
You what?
I refer not to say the deceased, the other person he deceased in this picture.
Was he an artist that was signed under YSL?
Yeah.
I'm not for sure.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury what the dugout is?
The dugout was a gambling spot.
They
sold food. It was just a little hangout spot.
Did YSL members hang out at the dugout frequently?
Not just YSL people hung out, though. It was a variety of people, but you only gonna take pictures with people you know.
So
it was old men, everything hung out there. They probably old enough to be my daddy.
Where is the dugout located?
I don't know exactly the street. Is that McDonald Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken?
Is it in Lakewood? Is it in?
It's not actually
area.
It's the Lakewood. You can say Lakewood or Summer Hill.
Okay.
Which one? It's in between.
And showing you State's Exhibit 426 Yankee, would you tell the jury who is depicted in State's 426 Yankee?
My deceased brother.
Okay.
Rest in peace, my boy.
Skip past 426 because that wasn't admitted. And Your Honor, my apologies. I believe that was one that we didn't tender.
Which one?
We did?
Which one?
426 Yankee.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. And when you said your deceased brother, who is it that is depicted in 426 Yankee?
I just told you I don't even like to say the deceased name in the courtroom.
Okay, I understand. I need you just for the record to say it one time. And
Matt Miller.
Who?
And that's his last name, Matt Miller.
Is the first name Christian?
Christian Matt Miller.
Was he YSL?
I guess. Yes.
Was he signed as an artist to the label?
No.
Was he murdered?
Why you had to go there, Miss Love? We just said, yes, he was murdered.
Okay. How long ago?
I don't forgot actually the time that he was murdered. Y'all, I could take a break.
We're almost finished. We got,
Okay.
3 more photos or so, and then we'll be done for the day.
Yes. Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 428 Yankee.
Yankee Doodle, one to time right now. No
Would
problem.
you tell the jury
around
who it is that is, first of all, is this a post that you made?
I
Shut
don't
up.
know. They say money too, so I don't know.
Was that you?
I never noticed me having an Instagram now.
Okay.
So I can't.
Are you known by any names other than Antonio Sledge?
I know by a couple of names.
Are you called Took?
I'm not the only two.
Are you called Mook Took?
Yes, you know that.
You know that.
And what is it that is stated underneath the photograph of you and Mr. Zachary?
I can't identify. It's not shown.
Can you scroll up and make it bigger?
She probably just can pull it up. Yeah.
All right.
Free little D like right now.
All right. And what's the last word?
Fuck.
And how is it?
Fuck 12.
Who is 12?
The police.
All right.
That's who lock you up, don't
it? Okay. And that's an emoji of a police car and a policeman.
Right.
No. That ain't what that is.
States. 429.
That ain't what that is.
Showing you states 429. What are you doing with your left hand?
I'm wiping my nose.
What do you mean for that to convey?
What do I mean for that?
Yes, what do you mean for that to convey?
I just wipe my nose on certain pictures.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I believe is a good stopping point. If the court's okay.
You've gotten through all of the photos.
The ones that I'm going to publish.
That have been admitted this afternoon. Okay.
Yes, I haven't published all of them, but those are the ones that I was going to publish.
Okay. We're going to break for the day. Mr. Sledge, we're going to need you back here at 9 a.m. in the morning.
Yes.
All right.
You ain't been on the game in like a
Y'all
week.
back at 9 a.m. as well. Same instructions as
You
always.
ain't been on the game in like a week.
Y'all have a pleasant evening. Okay, is there anything anybody needs to put on the record before we all break for the evening?
The state.
Okay. Thank you.
Overstep my bounds here, but I would like to inquire how long the state is anticipating.
Well, see how I knew that was not going to be 3 hours. It was going to be all day, and we're not finished yet. How much longer do you anticipate?
Judge, it may go into lunch tomorrow. It may, hold on just 1 second.
Okay. You know, I guess if you assume you have a cooperative witness and then you don't really have a cooperative witness, it takes a lot longer. Or it could just be that lawyers are really bad at estimating time.
My team is admonishing me that it might be longer than lunch. So
Okay.
probably most of tomorrow.
Most of tomorrow is now the estimate.
And Your Honor, they have 100 more witnesses?
Well, no, they've got like 99 more now. I don't know. But yeah, we're going to get
Can
to...
I renew my motion to put the state on a clock, Your Honor?
We cannot put the state on a clock. What we can do is make sure that there is not cumulative evidence. She didn't do all of them. So we're thank you, Miss Love. I appreciate that. We all appreciate that.
All right, Your Honor.
It's under consideration, and y'all make the cumulative objection, and I'll take it up at the time, okay? All right. And I do think that when we get to our next non-jury days, I do want us now that we have all of the, rest of everybody's evidence. After we get through that, I think we want to take a look at what's everybody going to be testifying to and see if there are some people that might be cumulative or might be something, a witness or so that the state feels like maybe they don't actually need, even though it would be nice. So.
Like we do have like record custodians that if defense is willing to stipulate to the records, we can eliminate those witnesses. Those are ones that are at the top of my mind, and there are quite a few of them. We have 7.
So there's an idea for y'all to consider. Maybe there's more possibilities besides those 7 records custodians. I feel confident. But yeah, that is definitely something that we need to further consider. All right, anything else? All right. Yes.
Are there any issues with jurors that we need to be made aware of, Your Honor?
No, not that I know of. Are there some that you know of?
I'm not sure. Let me look into it. I'll get back to you in the morning.
Okay.
Okay.
Does everybody want to come to the bench for a minute? Well, not everybody, but somebody. Okay. I don't know if we'll hold it or not.
Let me talk to the co-defendants counsel, and if there's something I need to raise, I'll bring it up in the morning, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, if y'all know of a potential issue with the juror,
I'm
then
not going to go up to the court with just a rumor.
Court
at this
might
point.
need to know that too, but okay.
Thank you.
All right. We don't know. He's going to look into it further. Yes, because I'm sure that rumors run rampant. So, okay. We'll all see each other at 8:45.
Oh shit. They got me, Jack. I don't know what I want to play. I'll play something like you, bro. We're doing something light today, chat. We're doing something light today, chat. Something light. Something light. This is the AMD game. This shit should show up. What the fuck? That game just fucking closed? Bruh, what the fuck is going on here? That should definitely just close. Definitely just fucking close, man. Right? No, I ain't tripping. I know I ain't tripping, Jack. I'll go check out my kids. I'll be right back, chat, because we jumping into the shit. You hear? As you can see, chat, this is our first time on this fucker. You know what I'm saying? They broke my joints. We accept. Flashing lights, all that shit. All that shit. Is a worker fixing all that characters in places? This shit sound like it got my name in the chat. Welcome to hell. Yeah, this Jacob takes control in this new mode and can deal massive damage as each shot knocks over the line. We on that. Let me see if I can get this shit to show frames. Can I get it to show? Can I get it to show frame rate? No. Okay. Okay. Make sure I hit up the merch. On his ass. On that car.
Shocking footage from Europa. A brazen attack by the Outer Way terrorist group, led by the notorious Danny Nakamura.
That's enough. You got a job to do.
This is Callisto Hangar Control to UJC Caron. You have cleared the
This shit look hella good on here.
Roger, hangar control. Laying in course for Europa Station. You got something to say? You gotta keep flicking that thing all day.
I was watching that.
It's our last run, Max. And I'm done talking about it.
Then what do you want me to say?
How about thank you? Because after this job, we're never gonna have to work another day in our lives.
Well, I guess you got it all figured out.
I guess so.
Come on, man, what is this? Huh? Back and forth, Callisto to Europa, all this additional security.
It's a prison moon, Max. They take their security pretty serious.
And what about the attacks? Huh? How do you explain that?
By the Outer Way. They've been hitting targets all over the sector for the past 6 months.
We got a yellow light in the cargo hold.
That's probably nothing.
Well, it's still worth checking out.
You shouldn't worry so much, you know? You live longer.
Port and starboard sensors are both showing errors. Go check them out.
I'm going.
away. Confine the quarters while they load the car. Go. Max has been on my case about these Europa runs. We've done jobs like this before. Don't know why he cares so much now. I mean, it's just a job. Gotta keep your head down and your mouth shut. Come on, Max. You gotta stack these right. This better be worth the trouble. I should check out the rest of the ship. Son of a bitch. Well, I guess I'll check the other side. Max, we got trouble.
What's up?
We've been boarded.
Oh, shit. The outer way?
Yeah, I'm guessing.
All right. All right, well, you get your ass back up here. And watch your back. You know, they could be anywhere.
I might change some buttons, chat. For
long. What do they want?
How should I know?
Anything?
Nothing yet.
Almost out of time.
There he is!
Papa!
Max! They're heading for the bridge!
Pump it up!
What are you gonna do? Whatever I have to. What are you doing? No! Shit!
Warning. Explosive decompression unloaded.
That's it.
I'm on my way! Watch out!
Warning. Venting atmosphere.
Jacob, get up here! Hurry!
Warning. Inertial dampeners offline.
Ship's caught in the moon's gravity! We're being pulled in!
How are you gonna make us out?
Transfer flight control!
We're going down. Sound like I made it. Mayday, mayday.
Mayday, this is UJC Caron! Returning to Callisto! Requesting emergency clearance!
Negative, UJC Caron. You are not authorized for re-entry.
Sorry, but I got no choice! Coming in hot! Boost the antigraphs! Already at maximum! We're not gonna make it! Yes, we are! Watch out! Hold on! Brace for impact!
Here, I think we're gonna do like first chapter. We're gonna do like first chapter, then we're gonna jump probably to something else. Most definitely.
I made it. I told you not to worry.
Gave us another
Max. Max. Hang on, buddy, I'm coming.
I don't think Blood made it.
Whoa! Chico. Chico. Oh, I didn't you listen. Hey, come on. Come on.
Damn, Blood. We'll be down through the night.
Continuing search.
I know the road is scary. And I know that this is getting blurry.
He's gone.
We'll just need the one. Okay, let's get you out of here. Manifest says you were running cargo out of the hangar. Don't get many of you freelancers out here.
Just doing my job.
Don't I know it?
Regulators enabled.
First ship I ever lost. We were boarded by...
Let go of me!
Her! She's the one who... Hey!
Cool your jets, cargo jockey. You do your job. You let me do mine, all right? Sir. Yes, sir?
Whatever you say.
Grab him too.
How you got me up, man?
Hey, I didn't do anything.
How you got me up, man? There is I. I know, Jack. I probably shouldn't be throwing this shit up after just watching the Warzone trial.
The fuck are you looking at?
Why?
Way too late for this shit.
Safety Harun. Harata.
Inmates, do not speak unless they are spoken to. There's been a mistake. My name is Jacob Lee. I'm not an inmate. You were inmate. 532-521. You address me as Captain Ferris. What? No. I'm just a cargo pilot. I was attacked by the Outer Way. By her. She crashed my ship and she killed my first officer. I don't care. Warden's orders. Oh, speak of the devil.
Choice. Every choice in your life has led you here. To this moment. To this place.
I go, oh, this shit like real talk on
place
PC.
where you truly belong. To find the
Like
one
this
thing
Candyman
that's
looking nigga.
always been missing. A purpose for your meaningless life. This is Warden Cole, and together we will find that purpose.
And I know my vision's getting blurry.
I just love that last part. Gives me chills every time. End of the line, get up. And mates, I gave you a direct order. This is not right. I don't belong here. Listen. You know they call Callisto the dead moon. Dead. Just like you would have been if I hadn't fished you out of that wreck. I mean, shit. As far as anyone else is concerned, you are dead. It's time you moved on. Because you're crossing over to a new kingdom. No. My kingdom. No. So whatever it is you're holding
Gotta
on
kill
to
him.
right there, that's your old life. You gotta let that go. Because your new life is entirely in my hands. Surprise, Jet Man. Okay. Grab her. Let's go.
You are now entering Black Iron Prison, a division of UJC Corrections. Proceed immediately to new inmate processing.
Hey! Stop it! Hey! Wait! No, you got it!
Inmate 532-521. Dr. Caitlin Marler, and as per Article 412 of the UJC Penal Code, you will now be fitted with a core device.
But doctor, he's not in the system. We don't know.
Just prep the device.
What the fuck? That device? No! You're a goddamn doctor!
Yes, and I intend to faithfully execute my responsibilities.
Blood.
Try not to move, it'll only make things worse.
Fuck you!
Doctor, he's flatlining.
Injector.
nothing at your feet. What the hell? Something's not right.
Shit.
Oh my god.
Alert. Security systems offline. Remain in your cell.
Why?
We out. We're getting out of here. They free me, guys. They trying to free me until. Damn, block.
All response teams mobilize immediately.
Hey man, over here! Bruv, what the fuck is going on?
I don't know what the hell's going on. My ship crashed, I got
Word,
thrown in
diggity.
here, and then I woke up to this.
Well, look. You're that pilot they just brought in, yeah? Well,
Yeah.
look, I've been in here half my life. I know this place. I've got a plan to get out. If you help me out of this cell, I'll help you, yeah? Look, you can use this to get inside a control room across that bridge. You can open my cell from there. The name's Elias, by the way.
Jacob.
Don't lose it, Jacob. I just saved your life.
I'm about to jig some shit. Let's just stop and give.
Don't leave me hanging.
That's what I was supposed to say, jump. Oh shit.
Got another one.
Oh shit.
Stop! Wait!
That nigga tried with two hands, but you gotta go, Block.
You and me. You and me.
What you doing? What you doing with them? Stupid bitches. Gotta take social distance.
That should do it.
Alright, nigga, they trying to free me until they free me, so it's backwards, nigga. What the fuck is that? Hold down A or D before the enemy attacks the dodger. There isn't a time when they'll just be holding down A or D before the enemy is. To dodge a series of melee attacks, hold down A and then switch to hold down D before the enemy attacks. Alternately between A and D is never dodge in the same direction more than once, or the sequence with
Jacob, over here! This gate's no good. The console's not responding.
Back there, I just saw something. It attacked me and it didn't seem human.
What are you on about?
I know what I saw.
Look, this place can mess with your head, but this is our chance. Whatever it was you saw, it's all the more reason to get out. You see that watchtower?
Yeah.
That's our first stop. Meet me there.
How?
Elevator's that way. Take it up to the next level. I'll be in touch.
Got it.
wrong with this nigga car. That shit look crazy. I might have to, after defeating an enemy, press the space while to stomp on their body and trigger item drop. Gather that. Ooh.
Jacob, can you hear me?
Yeah. How?
Enable two-way comms with your core. You know, you pick up a few tricks when you've been here as long as I have. Right, I see you made it to the lift. Just take it down and find the elevator on that level.
Responded to a crash outside the gatehouse. Site secured as per Warden's orders. Access restricted to Mahler's team only. Never thought I'd miss the old Warden. At least she was by the book.
Oh. So for what I'm about to actually say, health injectors.
Alert. Security systems
First
offline.
258.
Remain in your cell. Anomaly detected. All response teams mobilize immediately. Anomaly detected.
Elias, something's wrong with the elevator. I'm heading down, not up.
Damn! That means you're headed to solitary. You can still reach the watchtower. Just have to go the long way. Just be careful. They keep the real crazies down there.
Dirty water. Dirty, dirty, dirty water. Oh, you killed Blood?
it was this thing. He attacked me.
You hurt?
No, but I had to kill him. Kill it. What the fuck is going on?
Elias, found the elevator, heading up now.
Good. Now this detour might actually work for us. Look, there's a weapons lockup just past the infirmary.
Good place to gear up.
You'll need to watch out though. Security units are back online.
Lethal force has been authorized. Area secured. Moving to medical sector.
Bro, they fucked up one of his eyes and clapped that boy down. Fuck, is he from Chirac?
Black Iron security unit active.
Elias, they can't track us.
Prison systems are breaking down like that elevator back there. Just stay out of their line of sight and you should be able to sneak by.
Scanning for active core signatures.
This motherfucker is crazy. He's gonna stay out there line of sight.
All systems nominal.
Can't let them see me.
Oh shit.
This might be useful.
We're running we're running.
Change. Do not fear it, for it is only through change that we grow. And we become the best version of ourselves.
Why can't I grab these people?
Change can be hard, but it is necessary.
Jacob, it's getting worse out here. Where are you?
Made it through the infirmary. Still looking for that weapons lockup.
Okay, you're getting close. Just keep moving.
Where'd the other one go? Where'd the other one go? My son did.
Jacob, you find anything?
The lockup had already been raided. All that's left is this baton.
Stun baton, yeah. And those things do pack a punch, though. And we are gonna need it. Listen, you're almost to the watchtower. I had to sneak through, but it's empty now, so you should be good. I'll meet you on the other side.
Yeah, see you there.
You went up. That's crazy when it slow down though. Yeah. nigga. Night, nigga. Night, nigga. Nah, we're going back over there. Yes!
I got you. I'm sending in Squad 9.
Sir, Squad 9 is gone.
Hold your position.
We can't. Fall back. We've lost containment.
All right, then activate all tactical units. You are weapons free. Repeat, you are weapons free.
Yes, sir.
You. How the fuck did you get in here?
You think I got time for this shit? Okay. Let me see if I got this straight. You crash here.
And then this whole place goes to shit. Oh, 5, 2, 1. Look at me when I'm talking to you. What'd you do? Huh? You can tell me. Are you different? Are you special? Why'd the warden want you alive? Huh. I told you. This is my kingdom. It's all yours. Alas, I'm through. And so is Ferris.
What you mean?
He was there. Those things killed him.
You're harder than I thought. Just keep going now. I found a safe room up ahead.
Necessity. To do what is required. To make the hard choices. As your new warden, I will do what is necessary. For you. For this storied institution.
Jacob! Over here! Come on, man, move your ass! Run!
Think that'll hold him?
Fucking hope so.
The hell are those things?
Doesn't matter. Look, you just gotta get out of here.
You said something about a plan.
Yeah. This way. Come on. Oi, what are you doing back there? Jacob, get in here! Hey, what are you doing back there? This'll come in handy, though. Take that over to the Reforge. You can use it to print a new weapon. Give me a minute to tap into the system.
UJC Printing. Have a united day. Please operate responsibly.
Okay, got it. If we're gonna get out of here, we need a ship, one that you can fly. Now, I found an inmate with the skills to hack the network and call one down from orbit. Bad news is they're in the shoe. Maximum security. Be fucking tough getting in there. Caught bothering you?
Yeah, ever since I got it.
Yeah, they can scramble your brains a little bit. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Yeah, you sure know a lot about this place.
Yeah, I've had nothing but time.
Okay, so what's next? The shoe? We just waltz our way in there?
No, I wish we could. It's not gonna be that easy, bruv. Look, I've been here a long time. I've got privileges that you don't. So I'm gonna have to take you a different way. But I'll be your eyes and ears and I'll guide you along.
Don't you leave me hanging.
I got you. Unless you know I'm a pilot.
No, I'm afraid not.
I'll get that door for you.
UJC Printing at your service. Option not available. Unit online.
into those things. Take that elevator down to the next level, then follow the signs to reach medical. I'll be in touch.
Bro, the fucking mic was off, chat. I've been talking crazy. Real risk high. You know what I'm saying? Come on, his ass, chat. Hey, top off. Oh, that nigga beat my ass, dog. What's wrong with him, dog? Araya aşamadık zaten abi.
You'll need to find security credentials. Look around for any dead guards nearby. Use your shift to dig out their implant.
Wait, what?
You don't have a choice. It's the only way through that door.
What a mess.
You do what you gotta do in here. This place has a way of changing you.
I didn't have a choice. Inmates were tearing through the block. I had to seal the door. Does anyone copy?
Yes, Officer Jane.
Warden Cole? Where are you?
In my tower. Watching.
What? Why? What's happening?
The end of a long journey.
Yo. Nigga, you still out there on the route? You're fucking right. Why you ain't call me? I would've gave him a ride to practice. Yeah, definitely. This shit is. What they gotta do? Get the packages out that ain't get scanned or some shit? Oh, shout out. Yeah. Getting to that breaking point. You still on the truck, brother? Nigga said, say less. My nigga said I'm recoding. What's good, nephew? We see you, buddy. We see you, buddy. Yeah, he just texted me he was at the crib. Keep it real. Brother, you ain't got Khalil number? Yeah. What number you got, guy? Yeah? Motherfucker probably passed out. That motherfucker hit me about... Oh yeah, that motherfucker hit me at 6 o'clock. Let me see if this nigga up. I was supposed to walk down the street and get some weed. But he ain't got no car. What? You said what? I'm texting you right now. He said he got some lips. Holy damn, this shit is mine. I was supposed to be outside taking his tire off, checking the motherfucking brakes. Yeah, I was supposed to do that shit a little after I got my kids. I was waiting until the motherfucking brakes cooled down. I done came in the crib, jumped on the train. Look, that bitch said no, he don't. I answer my. You are the ski. Oh, I have one boy in. This nigga still on the phone? Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm calling you right now. You don't see you say Khalil? That nigga said keep real cuz cat. That's me doing FaceTime. What you talking about, brother? I just try to call him on FaceTime. That nigga's there, bald head niggas always like. Yeah, that nigga put you in the J category, weren't it? You nigga. Yeah, where does he? This nigga showing me a call like that. You just called while we was just calling, bro. So you didn't call me before that. That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. Brady just showed it. Brady just showed us a call log. God. This nigga showing answering FaceTime. Oh, I ain't push ringing again. Oh shit. I already pushed this. Brady, cause you keep turning this shit off on my end. That's what you don't notice. The shit was already ringing and then you'll push the button right after me like, nah, you can't do it. I heard you loud and clear when you said that the first time. It's gay. This nigga Luckington just hung up. Did this nigga just call back on FaceTime? I'm thinking about it, buddy, because that just made no sense. Yeah, but why did he just hang up though and then call right back? No, I'm about to call him and see if he pick up. Yeah, buddy, did you just hang up and call us back on FaceTime? Yeah, this bitch just texted. Yeah, it's crazy. That nigga talking while he looking. Oh, I thought you were talking about buddy. See, you know I can't count this on. This nigga over here quiet as fuck. Like, boy, my shit got 4 letters, guys. True. True. That nigga, yo. That nigga really said bald head niggas be lying though. Cause you said your granddad name was William? My granddad named Henry, cuz. You can see the screen, cuz? You see what that nigga said, cuz? You can see the screen? Nigga, could you see the screen or nah, nigga? Let's just say keep it real, cuz cat. Oh. He ain't just responding to mine neither. This That bitch said I'm outside, I think, or this geek. Yo. Word of my kids, he be putting emphasis on that stupid. Word of my kids. Stupid. Word of my baby.
Reactivated under the supervision of Dr. Mahler. And what do you hope to achieve? Results. After decades.
Word of my kids. He gonna battle 6ix9ine for that shit though, guys. So I don't know.
Evolution doesn't happen in the lab.
Stupid. There it is, yeah. Oh, am I supposed to be going down here? Oh, it's a ladder over here. Brody, y'all don't think you know that. Brody is a narco. Brody is a narco, Brody. Ski, that bitch be in the middle of a text message and go right to sleep. Word to my bed. Word to Ski. Brody be in the middle of a. That nigga put down a W, was supposed to put down an E. Word to my babies. Woke up in a new text message. Word to my kid. I think I went the wrong way. I skipped some shit. Word to Ski. Yeah, you better hope this nigga don't find these text messages talking about bald head niggas and all that kind. Bring that up in your verses. Nigga had that shit on the screen talking about, who is this nigga talking about? Who is this nigga talking about? I don't even know what that just meant. What was that? Word is the key. But what are we talking about? That's what I'm saying. What are we talking about? Yeah, you got a versus. But I was talking about, yo, what if he get the text messages, put them on the screen? You was like, but if my team helping me, I was like, that don't sound like help. That don't sound like help, buddy. Oh, you trying to go to the studio, get prepared. So what, you trying to make a new song for the verses is what you're saying? Because that sounds like a way simpler sentence to make than what you're saying, buddy. For what? I'm now you really got me lost. What is down south got to do with anything? Oh, word, you want to be a Woody in them? Respectfully, heard you. Respectfully, word is key. Got you. Heard you. Heard you, buddy. You got beef and rich on me, Quan? Definitely shot that barbershop up, guys. Respectfully. Respectfully. Yeah, this nigga did not text me back. This nigga ain't text back, and I gotta get this boy before tomorrow, cause this bitch going to Florida. For sure though. Oh! Oh, bitch ass nigga. Stupid ass shit.
What are those?
Yeah. Pop that shit down, buddy. Clap us. For my baby. Dang, man, you text that nigga stopped texting us all, cuz. That's crazy. That's crazy. Buddy only called me so I can call Khalil. I feel bad.
I had to fall back. There were too many. They captured my entire
No.
squad.
Ha ha ha. My brody said he on cannon now. God damn it. So now I gotta go down, down, baby. Yo, street in a rainbow. And I'm gonna keep it real. Brody trying to get these drugs, and cuz ain't got no car. So how is this gonna work? No, I think he was trying to get Wiz. You know I don't do real drugs no more, cuz so I can't participate. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, see, that's right. You need to be like that, buddy. Straight edge, clean, sober, sober, clean. You know what I'm talking about? Is there something up there? You said a little bitch in Speedway Fire? You saying I need to go get me a little pizza or something is what you saying? A little slicey slice? Oh, you talking about the pizza that they make just re-oven it? That's what I'm saying. They make this shit and then you gotta re-oven that fucker. The warm-up game is crazy, lad. See, that sounds like a good pizza though. What the fuck is that? I'm gonna stop playing this shit. Oh. Nigga said if y'all didn't know how to get that serious, guess what y'all about to figure out? Listen, they get what they ask for, yeah? Yeah, cause that shit looked wild. I ain't gonna hold you. You should have took a picture of that shit. That shit was the hazard. You tell nigga, man, hey man, y'all setting me up for failure out here, crab. You said you asked the supervisor to do it? Yeah, right.
I'm in medical. Keep going to the back exit. I'll contact you there.
nigga said he ain't with that cause he ain't worked in years.
Patients stacked in the hall. The first case came in an hour ago, and they just keep coming. We're losing control. We have to find Mahler. Where the hell is she?
What's over here? Stupid. I think I went the wrong way. Oh, this is where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off this shit, go down here and give me some blood. Give me some blood. Give me some blood. Give me some blood. I gotta watch how I say that because that shit sounds a little wicked. I'm on the stream, they think I'm on some Diddy shit, ready? This nigga said it's Mr. Nasty time. You said what? That's a fact. That's the one thing that's good about a trash company, buddy. It can be an 8-hour route, but you can make that shit 3 or 4 hours, 5 hours. You see what I'm saying? Listen, nigga. You see this street right here? We're not coming back down this shit. Respect for me. Nigga wasn't thinking about being smart, buddy. Oh, 4 off high. Why you dudes walking around looking madder than the shit? Oh shit, this bald head nigga jumped back on the phone. This nigga be lying, guys. Bald head nigga told me he was gonna call me back and really called me back. I don't know how to act, blah. That nigga said he on cannon. You caught that nigga, you was texting, he was in motion, nigga.
Bastard guards love to use it on us.
Yeah, nigga, but he said he can't text that number back, cause that shit fisheries on the phone. He said every time he try to text it, that shit's like glitching. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, that shit went the wrong way. Where's my kid? I'm back now, though. Just tell Shorty, man, we doing this shit for the love, not for the, you know. The number that you said earlier. You know, the 9308, 9208, something like that. But you just texted me, buddy. So the number is still in your text message.
Hold it down! Brian! What's going on? We don't know. Just hold it! I'll get another sedative. Hurry! We've got prisoners headed this way.
When a nigga make that face, he almost saying, "We don't believe you." Nigga wants you to. Who you talking about? You said what he wants you to do? He's on cannon, brother. He just got there. Oh shit. Oh shit. I ain't gonna lie, I made a mistake and hung up on you niggas trying to call this nigga. Forgot his name was already in this shit, guy. Respectfully. This nigga better pick up and stop acting like he can't talk to niggas in front of best friend, Kai. We like her too, buddy. You know what I'm talking about? Come on, yo. Oh shit, nigga. Why they jumping me, guys? That's not cool. Hello. Nah, he ain't got no stop block. Oh, I'm about to die. Nigga. I ain't going out like no sucker. School shooting? Nah. Yo. What's good, baby? This nigga was just trying to call you, man. As soon as he hang up, he jumped on the phone. Oh, that was him with that 575. Listen, I ain't gonna hold you. Brody over there like, I know he ain't got me blocked. Nah, never would that happen. Where the fuck is? You know, Brody over there sending text messages word to my kid like, yo, see if your shit go through. Yeah, nigga. Listen, I know the feeling. You want to be down there for a minute? I'm about to try to come down there and pull up on you, Brody. I gotta see what this hot box ball head nigga trying to do, man. I was trying to get this hot ass nigga to jump back on the line. Who, me? Yeah, man, I'm trying to get this nigga to come back on the phone. This goofy ass nigga. Man, that nigga there, God. I hope not. This nigga ain't picking up the phone now, guys. This nigga weird. And now I just hit the ring on this nigga 3 times, guys. Now he don't want to pick up. Or they're gonna you over there all sad and shit. He know I'm gonna talk shit. He might as well just pick up the phone, you know what I'm saying? Oh, there go his bald head nigga right there, God. Listen, man. Just yeah. Yeah. You gotta find that nigga. Word of my kid.
Jacob, you made it. I'm gonna open up the maintenance elevator.
Got the
That'll
fuck
get
up
you
out of
here,
there.
yeah?
That part.
Looks like it's busted.
Get inside. I can drive it from here.
You sure about that?
Gonna lower you down nice and easy.
Brakes don't look too good. Elias!
I'm trying. One of the motors shorted out when I transferred power.
That nigga said this shit was on block and wasn't saved, so it wasn't coming back.
The system's not responding. You've got to do it manually.
What? How?
jam something into the brake.
Yo, listen, that's what got him tight, bro. I showed this nigga message. I said, yo, this nigga said this bald head ass nigga.
Jacob, you still with me?
Yeah, barely.
I need to figure out why this system's acting up. Reset the power down there and get to the other elevator.
Nigga said, and if I did.
Wait.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy, and that shit. Me and that shit. Rather than I die. Where do I kid? I'm gonna come down there. Got you. I'm gonna come down there. I'm putting on stocks right now, buddy. Yo, these niggas is crazy, blah. I ain't gonna hold you, brother. You was supposed to be there for the ad-libs on that one, FB. We need to add. Oh! Shit! Then they out here giving you haram charges? They got you for that Istanbul money? Whoa. What, nigga? Yeah, alright. Oh, that temporary shit? Wait, buddy, she gave you a temporary year later, guy? That's some crab shit anyway, though, right? What the fuck? Never. And bitch, I don't be around you, so that's a double. I'm mad. That's real. Oh my god. That's a fact. You just needed enough time and an opportunity. Definitely didn't have to take it that far. Even that's some petty shit in itself, man. I like you. Even to start this, buddy. To say that a nigga poked you in the eye is crazy. I poked you in the eye, blood. No, see, you better than Erica, because Erica's definitely getting in the front. Oh, don't even trip. You just gotta get you some fake tents, buddy, and get you like some 30% on that shit. Get you like some 30% on that shit. Until they, what, 14 or some shit? 15? Erica been in that front seat all her life. Kylie and Eric? Definitely. Respectfully, that nigga hit you with some shit, buddy, with that one. I ain't gonna lie. The logic on that one, buddy, the logic. Dirt bike. Dirt bikey. Four-wheelers is nice. Yeah, that's kind of how Eric and Kylie is. That's a fact, when we rode together. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Just know one thing. Nigga, we made it. We're there. Yeah, they come at this point, buddy. It's over. That bitch really pulled over like I was gonna wait. Nah, move over right here, lady in front of the bank. She was like, okay. I'm in the shot, girl. I'm late for CT. Fuck are you talking about? We gotta get to where we going. I'm in the car trying to get the auto mechanic so I can fix this little dent that you gave me. Fuck around with that lady. Oh my baby. Oh, that's right, because you was in the car when he was on Westcott. Yeah, you was really there for all my dumb shit, guys. Brother, you remember when we smacked that motherfucking mirror? Or to see that shit folded in? Nah, bro, that shit was coming through Westcott. I remember this shit like yesterday. Word to my kids. Word to my baby. See that lady? That shit was by Key Bank. With that mirror, I remember we was cut. Cause we was trying to get back down the way. Bitch, I was sliding through Westcott, nigga. That car was just a little closer than I thought, baby. Red light. We don't even know what red light is, Dad. We don't talk about it. Brady said as long as you get the lawyer, we good, Dad. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with these niggas, cuz? They don't know who I am, blah. I'm killing people in this shit, blah. What do they got from me, blah? They ain't got nothing for me? No help? No pain? Did that nigga say you the coach? I ain't gonna lie, that is a good comeback though, buddy. Nigga said, hold on right quick. Damn, what else I got in here? Let me see. Respectfully. You already playing. I really gotta go down the street. Even? Where the fuck you at? You say you buy where they got the hair? Oh, fair. Where the air go, buddy? I don't know what I thought you were saying. I think it said for air. I was like, yeah, we did it for the air, buddy. Who you the Leary host? Are you serious? Oh, you a better man than me. You still a better man than me, cause Leary would have let me hold something that back even back then, buddy. I would have told that nigga I need an extensive raise right now. Either you give me a raise or I tell these niggas that you got a safe in your house and you don't know how these niggas gonna act when they get in there. See. Oh yeah, we gotta get you right, but that nigga would've gave me a raise, guys. Listen, man. I'm gonna tell these niggas that you got a big ass safe in your crib, and if they go in, I'm gonna act like I know where it's at and tell them niggas. Respectfully. Probably. Yeah, cause I kinda left because shit. I already knew the motherfucking that motherfucking contract was getting dropped. What's all them Butler niggas started pulling up on niggas like, yo, you know they ain't about to have this contract no more. I'm gonna shit like, oh word? Y'all giving up like 30, right? We can do that. Yeah, they broke all them shit down. Like haulers I got the fucking like the deep clay routes, and Butler I got all them shit like they got the money routes though. I ain't gonna hold you. They got the tipper routes. Word. True that. True that. I actually got 30. This shit only got. Damn, I missed my bets, guys. Had that shit. What did you say? I ain't gonna hold you, brother. I thought you said you still be in the bed. I was about to say, respectfully, I don't think you're supposed to stay on the phone like that. Respectfully, I know I didn't hear you, and I don't need for you to repeat neither. Cause I know it wasn't something that meant that I needed to hear you, right? I could just dab. Oh, alright. Where the fuck you going, buddy? Alright, Scooby Nasty. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? I asked that nigga, where you going? Where'd the ear go? Now listen. He's still trying to get a ride to Khalil, buddy. I'm about to go to Khalil. You know where I'm from? I just feel like you should have just took advantage of this. But I ain't even gonna sweat it, buddy. I'm still about to do my blood. Be real. But you should 200, buddy. Go get your bees real fast, I'm just 200. Go get your bees real fast, You see the LBs, guys. 200.
Look at the size of that thing.
Who gonna pay for the bees? The bees pay for
I'm in
eggs.
the elevator. I see the shoe. Elias, you
School
there?
bus company is gonna pay you to get A's, not B's, buddy. You still didn't hear me.
Elias, can you hear me?
You go over here like, nah, cuz that's not what's going down. Respectfully, I know what you're saying, buddy. I heard you. Loud with the clip.
Sorry for not responding. This thing's found a way inside here.
Oh yeah, I go back to work next Monday. My doctor funny though.
Yeah.
My doctor funny because I told her, I'm like, yo, you fuck around get fired, I keep missing all this time. She was like, oh no, we gonna keep the job. So we gonna let you go back and we just gonna set up another doctor's appointment. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna take you back out. I said, this bitch is crazy, bro. No, buddy. She put me at fault just so I couldn't lose my job, buddy. She said she gonna damn near take me back out on my next doctor's appointment.
Please
Yeah,
make a
buddy.
selection.
That's all I'm saying, buddy. She done fucked up. Alright. $365. Yep.
No time to waste, Jacob.
Fuck. That's that tie we are right now, gang. Respectfully. We on that. Two, three, four.
The gondola, Jacob. Get on it.
This nigga dying? Is that nigga dying?
In progress.
Gucci bag to the kitchen.
Print finished.
Nobody fuck with my kitchen. Bought an old school and I got it on 6. You know the time my kids are coming out. Go tell the gang to come in the house. What we looking like, chat? Keep it real. Tell nigga respectfully, go back to work, guys. Grab the phone. Yeah, tell nigga I forgot my shit. Probably. Shit, these AirPods do the same thing. See? Oh, I was gonna say, bro, you gotta get them pro tires, buddy. Yeah, buddy, this is my second pair when you should drop down to Tucson. Brody said, how you know I got the booties on my phone? Come on, daddy, don't do me like that. Tell him, Todd, don't do me like that, daddy, yo. Yo, Twitch gang. Check out the fucking merch. Go to that AC315 merch shit, you know what I'm talking about? Go get you a hoodie, t-shirts, pants and all that, water bottles, all that. Fuck with me, you know what I'm saying? Box with you. Hold on, guys. Chat. 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 We're shaking, bacon. I'm gonna throw a little video on. Little video. Done. I got something for us, chat. So I'm about to put you on to this little trial real quick. There's supposed to be something going on. Flabbergasted. Flabbergasted. This son that if I'm not mistaken, this is son that jumped out, tried to beat the judge up. I'll be right back, chat.
Okay. Are we ready to proceed? And you wanted me to read this instruction before you gave your opening?
It needs to be read before we introduce the evidence. I don't know what Mr. Arnold's preference is as to whether it's read before opening.
It can be done with your introductory remarks, Your Honor. If you're reading instructions, because it is going to be introduced, like we said, probably off of the first witness. And so we don't want to take the time then to go ahead and, do the Travis instruction.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and bring the jury in, and I will read it right after I finish my instructions before they get up to do their opening. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll press it, Your Honor.
council please stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense
Right.
does.
You may be seated.
Guys, at the end of the day, we should just let you know.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you are admonished. No juror may declare to a fellow juror any fact relating to this case as of his or her own knowledge. And if any juror discovers during the trial or after the jury has retired that he, she, or any other juror has personal knowledge of any fact in controversy in this case, he or she shall disclose such situation to me through Officer Black in the absence of the other jurors. This means that if you learn during the course of this trial you are acquainted with the facts of this case or the witnesses and you have not previously told me of this relationship, you must then declare that fact to me. During the course of the trial, the lawyers for both sides are not permitted to converse with members of the jury. These individuals are not being antisocial. They are bound by ethics and the law not to talk to you. To do so might contaminate your verdict. You are admonished additionally, you are not to visit the scene of any of the acts or occurrences made mention of during this trial unless specifically directed to do so by the court. What that also means, when I say no investigations or to visit the scene, I mean you don't just not do it physically. You don't do it by using your handheld devices, your iPads, your phones. You don't Google Earth. You don't do any of those kinds of things. Everything you are going to learn about, you're going to learn about within this courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, what I will now say is intended to serve as an introduction to the trial of this case. It is not a substitute for the detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the close of this case, and before you retire to consider your verdict. This is a criminal case commenced by the state of Nevada, which I may sometimes refer to as the state or the plaintiff, against the defendant, Mr. Redden. The case is based upon an indictment. At this time, or actually a second amended indictment. The clerk will now read the second amended indictment to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and state the plea of the defendant to that second amended indictment.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada, the State of Nevada Plaintiff versus Deobra Delone Redden, Defendant, case number C24380-558-1, Department 22, Second Amended Indictment, State of Nevada, County of Clark, the defendant above named, Deobra Delone Redden, accused by the Clark County Grand Jury of the crime of attempt murder, victim 60 years of age or older, committed at and within the County of Clark, State of Nevada, on or about the 3rd day of January 2024 as follows. Count 1, attempt murder, victim 60 years of age or older, did willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and with malice aforethought attempt to kill Judge Mary K. Holthus, who is 60 years of age or older, to wit, during rendition of sentence, and once he knew she was about to sentence him to prison, did leap over defense counsel table into the well of the courtroom, thereafter rushing towards the judicial bench and jumping over it Superman style directly into Judge Mary K. Holthus's judicial space, landing directly on top of her and immediately attacking Judge Mary K. Holthus by grabbing her, pulling her hair, placing his hands around her throat, and or hitting her on the head by manner and means unknown. Dated this 3rd day of September 2024, Stephen B. Wolfson, Clark County District Attorney, by Elizabeth Mercer, Chief Deputy District Attorney, to which the defendant has pled not guilty to.
Please understand that the second amended indictment is simply a charge, and it is not in any sense evidence of the allegations it contains. The defendant has pled not guilty to the second amended indictment. The state, therefore, has the burden of proving each of the essential elements of the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. As the defendant sits there now, he is not guilty. The purpose of this trial is to determine whether the state will meet that burden. The trial will proceed in the following order. 1, the parties have the opportunity to make opening statements. What is said in opening statement is not evidence. The statements simply serve the purpose of an introduction to the evidence which the party making the statement intends to produce. 2, the state will introduce evidence in support of the indictment. This is called the plaintiff's or the state's case in chief. After the state presents evidence, the defendant may present evidence, but is not obligated to do so. This is the defendant's case in chief. If the defendant presents evidence, the state may present rebuttal evidence. 5, if the state presents rebuttal evidence, the defendant may present surrebuttal evidence. 6, after the evidence, I will instruct you on the applicable law. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions or in the instructions which I will read to you after the evidence, regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be. It would be a violation of your oath to base a verdict upon any other view of the law than that given you by me. 7, after the instructions on the law are read to you, each party has the opportunity to present closing argument in support of their case. What is said in closing argument is not evidence, just as what is said in opening statements is not evidence. The arguments are designed to present to you the contentions of the parties as to what the evidence has shown and what inferences may be drawn from the evidence. Your purpose as jurors is to find and determine the facts. Under our system of criminal procedure, you are the sole judge of the facts. You determine the facts from the testimony you hear and the other evidence, including exhibits introduced in court. It is up to you to determine the inferences which you feel may be properly drawn from the evidence. It is especially important you perform your duty of determining the facts diligently and conscientiously, for ordinarily there is no means of correcting an erroneous determination of facts by the jury. The parties may sometimes present objections to some of the testimony or other evidence. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to evidence which he or she believes may not properly be offered, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against the lawyer who makes objections on behalf of the party he or she represents. At times, I may sustain objections or direct you disregard certain testimony or exhibits. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I have instructed you to disregard. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Remember, statements, arguments, and opinions of counsel are not evidence in the case. However, if the attorneys stipulate or agree as to the existence of a fact, you must accept the stipulation as evidence and regard that fact as proved. You must not speculate to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked the witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. You must not be influenced in any degree by any personal feeling of sympathy for or prejudice against the state or defendant. Both sides are entitled to the same fair and impartial consideration. In considering the weight and value of the testimony of any witness, you may take into consideration the appearance, attitude, and behavior of the witness, the interest of the witness in the outcome of the case, if any, the relation of the witness to the defendant or state, the inclination of the witness to speak truthfully or not, and the probability or improbability of the witness's statements and all of the facts and circumstances in evidence. Thus, you may give the testimony of any witness just such weight and value as you believe the testimony of the witness is entitled to receive. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw, heard, or did. Circumstantial evidence is testimony or exhibits which are proof of a particular fact from which, if proven, you may infer the existence of a second fact. And I'm going to give you an example of both. You know, it's been pretty hot out there, and I understand it's going to get hotter probably in the next several days before it starts cooling off. I want to take you up to Mount Charleston in the middle of winter, okay? I'm going to take you up there in the evening, and it has just snowed, and you see this beautiful blanket of undisturbed snow. Now, it's pretty well lit because we've got a full moon up there. So you've got the full moon, you got this beautiful blanket of undisturbed snow among the trees, and as you're looking at the scene, you happen to see a bunny hop through the snow. That is direct evidence that the bunny was there. You saw it. You saw the bunny hop through the snow. Okay, I'm going to take you back. Full moon, dark sky, shining on this beautiful scene, except there's one difference. The snow is not totally undisturbed. There are bunny tracks already in the snow. You didn't see the bunny there, but it's fresh tracks. You can infer that is circumstantial evidence that the bunny was there. Okay? You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence in deciding this case. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. No statement, ruling, remark, or comment which I may make during the course of this trial is intended to indicate my opinion as to how you should decide the case or to influence you in any way in your determination of the facts. At times, I may even ask questions of witnesses. If I do so, it is for the purpose of bringing out matters which I feel should be brought out and not in any way to indicate my opinion about the facts or to indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witness. I may also find it necessary to admonish the lawyers. And if I do, you should not show prejudice or against the lawyer or his or her client because I found it necessary to admonish him or her. Until this case is submitted to you, you must not discuss it with anyone, even with your fellow jurors. After it is submitted to you, you must discuss it only in the jury room with your fellow jurors. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in the case until the entire case has been submitted to you under instructions from me. If you cannot hear a witness, please raise your hand as an indication. I might note we do have earmuffs that can amplify the sound if you are having problems hearing. And the only thing I ask that you do is that when we're not in session, whenever I'm talking to the lawyers privately under the white noise, I'm going to want you to take it off because literally you're going to be able to hear what's going on the tables of the lawyers and you're going to be able to hear what's going on up here and you're not supposed to hear that part. Okay? Also, I plan to have regular bathroom breaks about every hour and a half or so. I try and peg it so I'm not interrupting witnesses or so forth, but sometimes I may do that. So I'll time it to be right in the middle of the session. But I do appreciate nature calls sometimes and you just really, really got to go. Just raise your hand as an indication and we'll go ahead and take a break right there. Okay? I may during the trial take notes of a witness's testimony. You're not to make any inference from that action. I am required to prepare for legal arguments of counsel during this trial, and for that reason I may take notes. Again, let me remind you that until this case is submitted to you, 1, do not talk to each other or anyone else about it or about anyone who has anything to do with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide upon your verdict. 2, anyone else means members of your family and your friends. You may tell them you are a juror in a criminal case, but don't tell them anything else about it until after you've been discharged as jurors by me. 3, do not let anyone talk to you about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. If someone should try to talk to you, please report it immediately through Officer Black. 4, do not read any news stories or articles or listen to any radio or television reports about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. And again, that means you don't use your handheld devices to check me out or the lawyers out on Facebook or anything like that. Everything you will learn about this case, you're going to learn inside this courtroom. A trial is a search for the truth under the rules of law. Therefore, the court will allow members of the jury to ask written questions of any witness called to testify in this case. You are not encouraged to ask questions because that is the responsibility of the lawyers. Nevertheless, if you believe that an important question has not been asked or that an answer needs clarification, you may submit a question. Keep in mind, a witness scheduled to testify later in the trial may be the best person to answer that question. A question may be asked in the following manner. Please write it down and pass the paper to Officer Black. Make sure your juror number is on that piece of paper. Copies will then immediately be made for counsel and me as the presiding judge. I will then privately confer with the lawyers at a convenient time and then decide if the question is appropriate under Nevada law. Also, when you submit a question, make sure that you are submitting it while we are taking in the evidence. That is when the witnesses are testifying and the exhibits are being admitted. If you start asking the questions during opening statement, we can't help you there. And most certainly during closing argument, we will not be able to open up the evidence to have that question answered. Okay? If the question seeks factual information from the witness and is designed to clarify information about the issues in this trial, I, the presiding judge, or the lawyers may question the witness regarding the points raised in the juror question. No emphasis should be placed on the answer to the question merely because the question came from a juror. If a question submitted by a juror is not asked, no adverse inference can be drawn. The question was simply not allowed under the Nevada Rules of Evidence and must be disregarded. Would either of the parties want the exclusionary rule invoked?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If there is anyone present who expects to be called as a witness, please leave the room. Remain available in the hallway and do not discuss your testimony or the testimony of any other witness with anyone except the parties to this lawsuit and their lawyers. Okay? And counsel, do you have any, we talked about the admissibility of exhibits before. I'm going to go ahead and the parties have stipulated to the admission of certain exhibits. That's just to save us some time so they don't have to lay the foundation for it. States exhibits 1 through 33 and 40 through 61 are admitted. Okay? And I have an instruction to give you. Any evidence that the defendant committed offenses other than that for which he is on trial, if believed, may not be considered by you to prove that he is a person of bad character or to prove that he has a disposition to commit crimes. Such evidence was received to provide context to the events upon which the charge is based, and because it was not possible to omit other relevant evidence and at the same time exclude evidence of other crimes. Should we mark that as court's instruction number A?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you okay with that, Mr. Arnold?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The web addresses experts need, that inspire confidence. Stand out among the professionals. Create your .pro web address at name.com/pro.
Do you have your microphone on? I'm about to turn it on right now.
Okay, thank you.
I tried to kill a judge today. Those were the defendant's words mere hours after he violently attacked Judge Mary Kay Holvis in this courthouse on January 3rd of 2024 in courtroom 3F.
In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada.
okay? Hey. Hey, can you fucking radio somebody? Fucking radio somebody!
We're all here today because of that attack. Judge Mary Kay Holthus is here today because of the bravery and intervention of 6 men. Her law clerk, Michael Lasso, Correctional Officer Joseph Cabralda, Chief Deputy District Attorney Jory Scarborough, Chief Deputy District Attorney Richard Scow, Marshal Shane Brandon, the court marshal in Department 18 where this event occurred, and Marshal Ben Bachhuber, who is the court marshal in the courtroom next door. On the date of this incident, Judge Mary Kay Holthus was 62 years of age. She had been a judge since 2019. She had a mixed caseload, which meant she heard both civil matters and criminal matters. January 3rd of 2024 was a Wednesday, which meant it was a criminal calendar day. In anticipation of her calendar, she went through her calendar before the calendar actually occurred. Mr. Redden's case was obviously on calendar that day. She reviewed the relevant information pertinent to Mr. Redden's matter, which was on calendar for a motion to quash bench warrant and rendition of sentence, meaning he was supposed to be sentenced in front of her. The information she reviewed consisted of his pre-sentence investigation report. That report provides her important background information about Mr. Redden, but also the facts of the underlying offense. She made some preliminary notes. There was nothing particularly unique about Mr. Redden's case. Then her criminal calendar occurs. When Mr. Redden's case gets called, it's approximately 11:10 in the morning. A little more than halfway through her calendar, which began at 9:30 a.m. When the case gets called, initially, everything is going normal. You'll hear that typically with criminal sentencing, the state gets to argue first. Then a defendant is free to make a statement if he wishes to. In this case, Mr. Redden did. He argued for probation. He presented the court with information that he believed mitigated against a term of incarceration. After Mr. Redden was done, his defense attorney, Cesar Almasi, also made an argument to the court, seeking probation on his behalf. After Mr. Almasi was done, but prior to Judge Mary Kay Holthus having the opportunity to impose the sentence that she believed was appropriate, she made a comment, and that comment was interpreted by many people in the courtroom, including Mr. Redden, as indicating that he was not going to receive probation. After that comment was made, and before she imposed the sentence, Mr. Redden jumped over defense counsel's table, which was approximately 2.5 feet tall and 3 feet deep. He then bolted towards Judge Mary Kay Holthus' judicial bench. As you can see from this picture, the courtroom is set up differently from how this courtroom is set up. There's only one entrance and exit to the judicial bench in that courtroom. He then launched himself 4 feet, more than 4 feet, in the air, and tackled Judge Mary Kay Holthus like she was a football player. He then, once was over the bench and made contact with her, pulled her by the hair as hard as he could, and yanked her to the ground like she was a rag doll.
Following my daughter's diagnosis, I went to see my doctor and was diagnosed with ADHD as an adult, which I've heard is very common as moms learn about their children's diagnoses of ADHD. What was incredible was that we both were figuring out together different strategies to make life easier. We started a process of like, what if we decide what we're gonna wear tomorrow?
When she testifies, you'll hear that she remembers being struck in the head, but she doesn't remember how it happened. She doesn't remember if it was an intentional act by the defendant, whether her head hit something, an object nearby during this altercation. But she remembers being jolted and frightened. She was trapped. This is the judicial bench in that courtroom. That entrance is the only entrance to or from where she sits when she presides over her calendar. And the altercation that you saw in the first clip happened right there. She had nowhere to go. She was terrified. She knew that she was no match for his physical strength. So she hid. She hid as far away from Mr. Redden as she possibly could. She crawled into the corner of that bench and waited there until the entire thing was over. When you watch the full video, you'll see that it took approximately 3 to 4 minutes before Mr. Redden was moved from that location. She was so shaken up, you'll hear, that initially she tried to climb that wall that you see in the picture and exit her courtroom where her court clerk sits. That's not an exit. But she did not want to be near Mr. Redden, and Mr. Redden was still in the entrance when he was eventually apprehended. Michael Lasso was the first person to intervene on her behalf because he was situated closest. Michael Lasso is her law clerk. He's been her law clerk for several months now. He'll tell you about what his job duties are as a law clerk. But more than a law clerk, he is also a close family friend of the Holthuses. He has known Judge Mary Kay Holthus his entire life. He was not supposed to be at work that day. Fortunately, he changed his mind and decided to go in. He will tell you that among his many job duties as his law clerk, or as her law clerk, is he sits next to her during the calendars in case something comes up that she needs help with. Thankfully, on this day, he was situated exactly where he needed to be, to her left in that courtroom, as she presided over criminal matters. He was answering emails, performing work, and also paying attention to what was occurring on the calendar. He first realized that something was amiss when Judge Holthus made a comment and her marshal moved closer to Mr. Redden. You will hear that when her court marshal moves closer to a defendant who appears out of custody for sentencing, that generally means that defendant is about to be remanded into custody. When the marshal moved closer to Mr. Redden and started to unclasp his handcuffs, they jingled. And then he remembers seeing Mr. Redden bolt over defense counsel's table and across the courtroom. Initially, he believed that perhaps Mr. Redden was trying to exit out of one of these rear exits in the courtroom that staff use. But it became apparent to him pretty quickly that his intended target was Judge Mary Kay Holthus. And when you watch the video, you'll see the surprise, the shock in his eyes as he's watching this occur. He remembers Mr. Redden launching himself directly at Judge Holthus and knocking her out of her chair with such force that her head hit the tile wall behind the bench. He immediately knew that he needed to take action because he was frightened for her life and he was frightened for his own life. So he lifts Mr. Redden off of Mary Kay Holthus because he's the closest person to her. He got some assistance along the way, and the first person to come to his aid, and Judge Holthus's aid, was Correctional Officer Joseph Caralda. You will hear that on this date, he was assigned to the Field Services Unit at the Clark County Detention Center. That means that he's one of the correctional officers that's responsible for transporting inmates to and from their court hearings. He's also responsible for documenting the outcome of those hearings. So he was seated in the witness stand in that courtroom, which is directly next to the judge, but there's no doorway between the witness stand and the judge's bench. So when he saw the defendant go for Judge Mary Kay Holthus and tackle her, he had to climb over that wall to get to the point where he could assist. When you watch the video where the yellow circle is, that's Officer Cabralda climbing over the wall. At this time, Officer Cabralda was the only correctional officer remaining in the courtroom, because other correctional officers had just done what they call a download, which means moving defendants who were already done with their cases back to the detention center. You will hear that he struggled mightily trying to get control over Mr. Redden. That Mr. Redden resisted both he and Mr. Lasso and everyone else that came to their aid very hard. At some point, Mr. Redden was able to knock him to the ground. At which point, Mr. Lasso and Mr. Scarborough began to work even harder to get him off of Officer Cabralda, because Officer Cabralda was armed back, which could have presented a whole new set of problems. Mr. Redden continued to resist, which is why you see Officer Cabralda and Officer Lasso striking him over and over again, because they needed to get him to comply, and he was not getting it. He was still struggling to get away from them, struggling to get back to Judge Holthus.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here. See it here, and see it here, so you stand out. Even when they're way back here. Get 20% off signs and banners at Vistaprint.com.
Eventually, they do get him under control. And Officer Cabralda actually uses one of Marshal Shane Brandon's, his actual set of handcuffs. He gets one cuff on Mr. Redden, but Mr. Redden's still resisting, so it takes an additional marshal before they can actually get him into both arms into the cuffs. Chief Deputy District Attorney Jory Scarborough was in the courtroom that day because he had another matter that was on calendar, not Mr. Redden's case. He's assigned to a specialty unit at the Clark County DA's office, the gun crimes unit. And you'll hear that as a specialty team deputy, he makes multiple court appearances in a day, oftentimes. So he arrived at Judge Holthus's department at around 10 a.m. and he was still present, waiting for his case to be called when this broke out. Again, he was partially paying attention, partially not, but he got the gist that Mr. Redden's case was on for sentencing. The state wanted prison time. Mr. Redden wanted probation. And then he figured out that Judge Holthus was not going to give him probation. He remembers, like Mr. Lasso, watching Marshal Shane Brandon move closer to the defendant. He looks down to do something else. And when he looks up, he sees that the defendant has already cleared defense counsel's table and is running full speed and hurling himself at Judge Mary Kay Holthus. Like Mr. Lasso and Officer Cabralda, he immediately knew that he needed to assist. So he went around the witness stand, climbed over the same wall that Officer Cabralda climbed over, and tried to wrap his elbow around Mr. Redden's neck to gain compliance. It obviously didn't work initially. He'll tell you that Mr. Redden was elbowing him repeatedly and trying to buck him off so that he could get back to Judge Holthus. But with the assistance of Chief Deputy Richard Scow and the other people who I've already mentioned, they were ultimately able to get him to comply. You will hear from both Michael Lasso and Jory Scarborough that once Mr. Redden was under control, their first thought was to check on Judge Holthus. When they checked on her, they saw her still curled up in the fetal position underneath her bench. And she looked terrified. She was frightened, disoriented, shaken. And that really struck Mr. Lasso because he's known Ms. Holthus his whole life. And he's always thought of her as a tough cookie. But in that moment, she was scared. Marshal Shane Brandon, as I mentioned earlier, is assigned to Department 18. He's been assigned to that department for approximately 2 years. As the court marshal, he is responsible for maintaining order and safety in the courtroom during calendars. Because of a previous incident that he had where an out-of-custody defendant tried to flee from the courtroom, it became his practice to stand exactly there. The doors behind him that you see in this photograph are the public entrance and exit doors. So he stands there to prevent defendants from fleeing the courtroom if they don't like the outcome. Like Mr. Lasso and Mr. Scarborough, he realized that Judge Holthus was not going to give Mr. Redden probation. So he made his way directly behind Mr. Redden, at which point he intended to handcuff him to remand him into custody. He unclasped his handcuffs, and immediately Mr. Redden bolted across defense counsel table. When you watch the video, you'll see that Mr. Redden hops the table, but Court Marshal Shane Brandon walked around this device that was kind of blocking his path to Judge Holthus. It's called an Elmo. And in his pursuit of Mr. Redden, just as he was about to grab his legs, as he was lunging over the bench, he tripped or somehow fell. And when he fell, he sustained a huge gash to his forehead that required 25 stitches. In addition to that gash, he severely injured his shoulder. He didn't initially notice that his shoulder was injured until he stood up in front of Judge Holthus's bench and tried to propel himself over the bench using his arm. At that point, he realized there was something severely wrong with his arm. He had to have shoulder surgery and was placed on light duty until just a few weeks ago, when he returned to full duty. He doesn't remember a whole lot of the incident, not surprising, but when he stood up and realized what was transpiring, even after he couldn't get over the bench because of his injured arm, he walked around the desk where court staff sits to assist as best he could, given the circumstances. He passed his handcuffs off to Officer Cabraldo and helped try to restrain Mr. Redden. Eventually, court staff in Department 18 alerted the marshal next door to the emergent situation that was occurring in Department 18. He is the court marshal assigned to courtroom 3E, which is directly to the left of Department 3F, which is where Judge Holthus's courtroom is. Court staff walked into the courtroom. They were in session, just like Judge Holthus, and said, "We need you now. It's an emergency. Please come now." So he walked out one of the rear exits to the courtroom like that, and then walked into the rear exit of the courtroom where these events were unfolding. When he walked in, his entrance into the judge's bench area was blocked because her chair the law clerk's chair had all kind of piled up right there. He moved them, and when he got to Mr. Redden had one handcuff in the cuffs and one still loose. He was still resisting very hard, and they were struggling to get the cuffs on him. So he took control of the loose arm so that the other individuals could get him in handcuffs. Once the defendant, Mr. Redden, finally calmed down to the point where they felt comfortable relocating him, he was taken to the holding cell just to the side of where the court staff sits. And once he was in the holding cell, Marshal Bachhuber and the other marshals that were down there at this point did what they needed to do to document what had occurred in the courtroom. I think it's the blue jeans, Your Honor. I think it's somebody on blue jeans.
What?
I think it's someone on blue jeans.
Oh, it's somebody on blue jeans? Can you hear them? Oh, God. What? What?
Somebody put some inappropriate video on there. It was inappropriate.
Okay, we may not be doing blue jeans or Zoom during the hearing, if that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, counsel.
It's okay.
And I'm sorry. This has never happened. At least not while I've been on the bench.
It was the first time for everything. Anyways, going back to where I was, Mr. Redden sat in the holding cell outside of the courtroom for approximately an hour or so before Marshal Bachhuber, Marshal Rawlinson, and their lieutenant escorted him to the Clark County Detention Center. You'll hear that it's the court marshal's responsibility to book an out-of-custody inmate who was remanded into custody, which is why they had to do it. So they walked him over to the Clark County Detention Center, where he began the booking process. You will hear from Correctional Officer Darren Meegum and Correctional Officer Almas Cabrera that during the booking process, an inmate sees both psych and classification. And that's done for the purposes of determining where to house these individuals. When Mr. Redden was seen by psych on January 3rd of 2024, he reported homicidal ideations. Specifically, the report indicates, in regards to homicidal ideation, patient stated, "Only the judge. She sentenced me to prison." He denied having a plan to harm her. He also denied thoughts or intent to harm officers or other patients, or anyone other than the judge who sent him to prison. Ultimately, because of his expression of homicidal ideations, they determined it would be best to house him in Unit 2C. You will hear that Unit 2C is the unit where they send people with homicidal ideations, among other things. But with regards to his classification in 2C, it was because of his statements. So Officers Darren Meekum and Almas Cabrera went to transfer release, where the defendant had been waiting for classification. They were tasked with the responsibility of getting him dressed out into his Clark County Detention Center uniform, as well as performing what they refer to as a strip search. You'll see the video of them in the area, but there's no audio. Officer Darren Meacham is the taller individual standing at the front. Officer Cabrera is the individual off to his left. And when they walked into the cell, it was a single person cell. He was by himself. They observed him casually laying on the bench with his hands behind his head. They gave him commands, told him what they were there for, and he spontaneously stated to them, "Sorry I'm moving so slow. I'm kind of sore today. I tried to kill a judge." Those statements that Mr. Redden made and that violent attack against 62-year-old Judge Mary Kay Holthus are the reason that we're all here today. And when the state is done presenting its evidence, we are going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty as to the only charge in this case. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you want me to get back on Zoom or now?
Not right now. I want to make sure his presentation's unobstructed.
Okay.
We're good. Sir?
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your time and attention. 3.7 seconds. 3.7 seconds. That was when the officer unclaps the handcuffs. My client heard it, turned and looked at him, and made a move for the bench. This all occurred in 3.7 seconds. .7 seconds, that was not enough time for Mr. Redden to formulate the intent to kill Judge Holthus. Remember what this case is about. There is one count of attempted murder. And for there to be an attempted murder, there has to be intent to kill. As everything else in life, the story didn't begin on January 13th. This story actually occurred on April 13th, 2023. This is when Mr. Redden was first arrested for what brought him in front of Judge Holthus. And basically, Mr. Redden was arrested for swinging a metal baseball bat at his brother-in-law. What was he charged with? He was charged with assault with a deadly weapon. He was also apprehended by the police, and he was taken into custody. When you're taken into custody, you're supposed to, within 48 hours, stand before a magistrate so they could decide the question of bail or not. Mr. Redden, on April 13th, told the officers that had him in custody that he refused to be transported. So he was just going to stay in custody without these charges being read to him. The following week, they waited some time, continued the matter. On April 20th, 2023, Mr. Redden, he failed to leave his jail cell again. And he says that he wasn't coming to the hearing. They had to continue the hearing. Again, on April 25th, Mr. Redden refused to be transported to the heading. Finally, the Justice Court Judge Jacinto, he did an order that says, by any means necessary, he needs to be present in this courtroom. So on April 26th, the officers got Mr. Redden, and he was present. The judge then, he's handed the charges. The judge asked him if he understood the charges. Mr. Redden didn't even respond to the judge's questions, even though he had a copy of the information, which was assault with a deadly weapon, on his person. And not only did he not answer the judge's questions, he became disruptive in the court proceedings. At this point, again, we have almost a week plus that we see this individual not coming to court. Once he gets to court, he's being disruptive and he's not participating in the court proceedings. At this point, his attorney, which was a public defender, then petitions the court to send him to what's called competency court. Competency court is a whole nother courtroom here in our building. And competency court is for people that do not understand the legal proceedings, are unable to assist their attorneys in their defense, or number 3, appear to have some kind of mental condition that prohibits them from acting properly in court. All those things were exhibited by my client, Mr. Redden. He was sent there to be evaluated and see if he can be restored to competency. Restored to competency is basically, we can't try you. We cannot prosecute you under the law since you're not understanding what's going on. You're not displaying courtroom behavior, you're not helping your attorney out. We can't sit here and prosecute you. Go ahead. So, basically, he's found on May 23rd, he's sent to Lake Crossing. Lake Crossing is a mental institution here in town, and what they do at Lake Crossing is make sure that you're evaluated to test your competency. Sometimes, people are sent there and they have lingering symptoms like they're just making up, acting crazy. Other times, they sit there and evaluate someone and their mental instability is so severe, they just have to stay at Lakes Crossing for an indefinite amount of time because, again, the state can't prosecute you under that incompetency. So, in regards to Mr. Redden, he was evaluated and it was determined by Dr. John Paglini, who will be here and he will testify in regards to this case and in regards to his finding of incompetency. And there are other psychiatrists because there at least has to be 2 that make that determination. And what they determined was he was incompetent to stand trial, and so he was given a course of medication because his evaluation indicated that during this course of medication that would calm him down, bring him back to earth, bring him to a person that we can work with, that he can go to court, he can understand the proceedings, and not be disruptive in court. So Mr. Redden, when you go back to that one, I just want to make the last point that he was at Lakes Crossing for 5 months. He was eventually found by the doctors on October 20th, 2023 to be competent to go ahead and proceed with trial. So exactly 5 months later. Go ahead now, sir. After he returned back to Justice Court, he was in front of Judge Jacinto. He had discussions with his attorney at that time, and they decided that he was going to go ahead and enter into a guilty plea with the state of Nevada. Again, now he's of right mind. He is able to discuss his case with his attorney. As you can see, there was no courtroom outbursts or anything like that. And so much so, the judge released him on November 1st, 2023. He was released from custody. Okay? He returns to back to court, and now this is district court. This is in front of Judge Holtis. And on December 6th, he has no extreme courtroom behavior. He goes ahead and the guilty plea agreement's read to him. He answers a myriad of questions, and he pleads guilty to an attempt assault with a deadly weapon. The sentencing was scheduled for January 3rd, 2024. Next slide. What you're going to see through medical records, through the testimony of Dr. Paglini, Mr. Redden did not receive his medication that he had while he was here in Clark County Detention Center. What happened was he gets released and he's given a prescription. That prescription is supposed to be filled at the Mojave Health Center. He calls and you'll hear testimony from Karen Springer. Karen Springer is his foster mother that he stayed with during this time. They made several attempts at appointments, called, and attempted to get him in so he could take his medication. However, you'll see through the testimony, he does not get medication, and he doesn't get it for 2 months. So from November 1st to 2020, in November 1st, 2023 to January 3rd, 2024, a period of 60 days, he does not have his medication that put him in that state where we saw the appropriate behavior. What you're seeing today, basically, he's under that medication that he had when he was in CCDC. And that's why he's displaying, good decorum, appropriate courtroom behavior. He's not going to wild out, and trust me, I'll tackle him if he tries to, do anything like that. But bottom line, that's not going to happen because he's medicated, he's calm, he understands what the proceedings are and what's going on right now. During this 60 days, Mr. Redden slid back into his unstable mental state. The same mental state that he had when he was first arrested for assault with a deadly weapon and charged and eventually pled to attempted assault with a deadly weapon. Next. Then we have this unfortunate incident that happened on January 3rd, 2024. One thing I noticed, and I looked at this videotape several times from the very beginning to the very end, I know that all the parties involved, a simple question wasn't asked. And I'll explain later as to why it wasn't asked. But no one asked Mr. Redden, did you take your medication today? His attorney didn't ask, the prosecution didn't ask, nor Judge Holtis asked. I'm not saying this is anybody's fault, it simply wasn't done. So he comes into court and nobody knows what his real mental state is during that time. Nobody knows that for 60 days he's been having paranoid thoughts. Nobody knows that he's been staying at home, not going out into the public, and different other things that were discovered by Dr. Paglini that he'll discuss. Mr. Redden did not intend to kill Judge Holtis. The evidence will show that Judge Holtis, she hurt her head when she struck the wall that was directly behind her, similar to this wall. She also was hurt when she fell on the floor. You'll see pictures. She wasn't significantly bruised. She was bruised, but it wasn't significant bruises. And those were basically on the areas where she fell. She had no cut. She had no strangulation marks on her throat. There will be no evidence that anybody ever that saw Mr. Redden touch her throat. We'll have specific evidence of where his hands were placed right before he was pulled off of Judge Holtis. But again, his actions do not indicate that he was intending to kill Judge Holtis. And again, you always have to go back to intent. That is going to be the big question that you guys are going to have to deal with at closing. Did he have the intent to go ahead and kill? And we are going to submit that the evidence does not show there was any intent to kill Judge Holtis. Thank you.
Okay. Council approach. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys were, let's say, a lot more efficient than we anticipated. So we're going to go ahead and finish for the day. I need you back here at 1 o'clock. And remember, you're all like brides. We cannot get started until every one of you are here. So during this period of time, you are all admonished not to talk, converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject related to the trial. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial by any medium of information, including without limitation newspapers, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject related to the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. And again, no outside experiments, no visiting the scenes of any of the events that you've heard talked about. Don't use your iPads to find out information about this case. Don't read the newspapers. Everything you will learn about in this courtroom. Have a good evening, and we will see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
All right, I'm collecting the notebooks. We'll just do that.
Has left the courtroom, and you may be seated. Norma, what exactly, do you know what happened?
I don't know what happened, but when I switched to Zoom, there was a very improper video.
Okay. Counsel, I mean, I want to be able to give the public access to the Zoom and all that. I'm just not, we've called IT about this?
I reported it, yes.
Okay. Never had this happen before, but apparently something very inappropriate went on the Zoom system. We cannot have that, and so anybody that wants to see this, definitely you might want to consider being inside the courtroom for that. And then we'll see what we can do on our end so it doesn't happen again. And I apologize again to you for that interruption.
Just for the record, at no point was that broadcast visually to the jury. Although it was audible, we couldn't really tell what it was, in my opinion. But visually, it was not in any way broadcast to the jury.
Yeah, I didn't think that it was either. So, no, she was the only one. I didn't see it on any of my screens.
Yeah, it only came up on Zoom, which I only had access to it. Yeah.
Okay. All right, but anyway, we will try and find out what happened there. Okay. Okay, schedule 1 o'clock tomorrow. We'll have a full day on Friday, half a day on Monday, half a day Tuesday, half a day Wednesday, if we get into Wednesday. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And start thinking about those jury instructions. Of course, the most important document is the verdict form that we will need to get through. If you guys could agree to as many jury instructions as possible, that sure will make our life a lot easier. Okay? Anything else that we need to take care of?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Okay? All right. Have a good evening.
Thank you.